Good morning. Good morning. Is that better? We are going to convene the public hearing of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm Senator Julie Kushner, co-chair of the committee. And before we commence, I want to make a few announcements. Please make the following announcement. That's what this says. In the interest of safety, I would ask you to note the location of and access to the exits in this hearing room. The two doors through which you entered the room are the emergency exits and are marked with exit signs. In an emergency, the door behind the legislators, that's us up here, the doors, I think there's only one in this case, can be used. In the event of an emergency, please walk quickly to the nearest exit. After exiting the room, proceed to the main stairs or follow the exit signs to one of the fire stairs. Please quickly exit the building and follow any instructions from the Capitol Police. Do not delay and do not return unless and until you are advised that it is safe to do so. In the event of a lockdown announcement, please remain in the hearing room and stay away from the exit doors until an all clear announcement is heard. Thank you very much. So we will start our formal public hearing now with comments from the chairs. My only comment is it's so nice to see all of you here today. We're anxious to hear your testimony, and let's begin. Any comments, Representative Sanchez?
Good morning, everyone.
And from our ranking member, Senator Sampson and Representative Weir. Okay, great. Then we will begin with our first speaker, our Labor Commissioner, Dante Bartolomeo.
Thank you very much, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, and Representative Ware. I'm Dante Bartolomeo, Commissioner for the Department of Labor. I am here with Deputy Commissioner Daryl Dudinsky, Legal Director Heidi Lane, and ConOSHA Director John Rosa. We thank you for the opportunity to testify today. First, I'll speak to Senate Bill 220, which is an agency bill. The purpose of this bill is to clarify the appeals process for the paid family and medical leave appeals. The Connecticut Department of Labor handles those appeals for the authority, and the current statute does not adequately explain the process, and it has led to some confusion for folks who are appealing. The proposed language would ensure that any appeal of Superior Court from the paid leave decision would be considered as an appeal on record, similar to that of an unemployment insurance appeal to court. And we are also asking that if you would consider changing the effective date, if this should pass to from July 1st to effective upon passage, this would actually help to sooner than later make it clear about how to appeal for these to the Superior Court. The next bill I'd like to testify on is House Bill 5264, also an agency bill. This concerns volunteer fire departments and volunteer ambulance companies. ConOSHA enforces safety and health standards in public sector workplaces. We do inspections, respond to complaints, investigate fatalities and serious injuries. We also do consultations at no cost for technical assistance to on workplace hazards. Federal OSHA has determined they do not have jurisdiction over volunteer fire departments or ambulance companies, and this is because of the relationship to municipalities. Fed OSHA does private and we do public. But at the same time, our jurisdiction has been challenged because there had been a previous court case, and it looked at the reliance upon municipal funds as well as the employee-employer relationship, which varies from town to town. So we feel strongly that our safety and health regulations should protect uniform fire and ambulance companies, should also protect those who are side by side at those same emergency situations. All should go home safe and sound, having been protected. The third bill I would testify is House Bill 5266, also an agency bill, which is about amending the time for employers to protest their charges and liability for unemployment insurance. Right now, the time is 60 days. We would like to shorten it to 40 for a couple of reasons. First, it actually will help us to be able to remedy and rectify and reconcile the records within the quarter so that we are billing out properly within the quarter and not having to go back and make amendments to bills. And that will also help the employer so they're not carrying the burden of claim, which they may not be liable for, into the next quarter. I would say that we did do our due diligence in meeting with CBIA and some other employers and TPAs, third-party administrators. And because this is the third notification that they get along the way, there was at that time, there was an interest in this. We also still have a longer period, should this pass, than our surrounding states. Massachusetts and New York give 30 days. Rhode Island gives 15 days. The next bill is House Bill 5267. And this would be just our tech bill repealing obsolete statutes. The first section was requested by the Attorney General to explicitly codify what we currently do as practice, which is Labor Commissioner being able to sign contractual agreements. The second section I would call out is revising the Enhanced Wage Records Bill that has passed. It's simply saying that the zip code we're looking for is not that of the billing mailing address, but that of the worker's primary workplace. And then the others are about reporting or obsolete statutes. The next bill that we would comment on is not an agency bill. That's House Bill 5271, increasing the unemployment compensation threshold for agricultural workers. Our comment there is just that we would hope that rather than excluding these workers from UI coverage and protections, that there might be another innovative way to help the Connecticut farmers and strike a balance between assisting our farmers, which I come from a farming family, so I genuinely mean that, and also ensuring that the workers are not impacted adversely. Thank you for the opportunity, and we would love some questions.
Thank you. Well, I'll just start with a comment that your last remarks about the UI bill as it pertains to agricultural workers. I think we're very interested in hearing anything you have to say on that. We can set up time to talk about it more thoroughly to discuss alternatives, but I do know there's a fair amount of support for the idea that we need to help our small farmers. And so let's try and work together on that. Now I will ask if there are any questions or comments from the committee. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that testimony. Obviously, Senator Kushner mentioned getting together offline and talking about that House Bill 5271 in more detail. Are there some highlights that you could share with us today that just some thoughts as to how that could be improved?
I don't have thoughts today because I haven't been part of the consideration for the bill itself. I'm not sure what points were raised in order to develop this bill. But I do know that anytime we're looking at excluding workers, especially those who make relatively low wages, from the protections of unemployment insurance benefits, I do have concerns. So I'd love to work with those who proposed this bill or the committee to understand better how we could strike that balance.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you. I think that's a good sign. So I don't want to be overly optimistic, but
Thank you very much.
thank you. Next up, we have Erin Choquette from the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority. Go right ahead. You have to turn on.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of Senate Bill 222, an act concerning changes to the paid family and medical leave statutes. My name is Erin Choquette, and I'm the CEO of the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority. The authority administers.
That was perfect timing. On cue, right?
The authority. The authority administers the Connecticut Paid Leave Program, an employee-funded program that provides income replacement benefits to eligible workers who are on leave for a qualifying reason. In the past 2 years, we have paid over $638 million of benefits to more than 100,000 Connecticut workers, individuals who come from every town and city in Connecticut. I have submitted detailed written testimony regarding Senate Bill 222, but this morning I would like to highlight some of the more notable elements of the raised bill. 3 sections of the bill address the definition of covered employer. Under the Connecticut Paid Leave Act and the Connecticut Family and Medical Leave Act, municipalities are not covered employers, but neither statute defines the term municipality. This has led to a lot of confusion. Sections 1 and 7 attempt to resolve this issue by defining municipality in terms of the ability to levy and collect taxes. This clear definition is easy to understand and will be easy to apply. Additionally, Section 6 closes a gap in our program by creating a mechanism for tribes to become covered employers in a way that recognizes their sovereign authority. The language in this section, which was developed through conversations with the tribes last year, allows the governor, with input from the authority, to enter into memoranda of understanding with federally recognized tribes to enable their employees to participate in the Connecticut Paid Leave Program. Additionally, this bill would assist the authority to improve our enforcement processes. We currently have the ability to impose penalties on individuals who are found to have received benefits as a result of fraud. Senate Bill 222 would allow us to impose penalties on individuals who are determined to have attempted to commit fraud, even if we catch them before we issue the benefits. We really don't want people rolling the dice on this. Senate Bill 222 also includes a provision to amplify our outreach and education efforts by requiring healthcare providers to post information about Connecticut paid leave using materials created or approved by the authority. Section 9 of the bill modifies the Family Violence Leave Act. This is a statute that was passed in 2010, and it requires employers to provide up to 12 days of unpaid leave in a calendar year if their employee is experiencing certain situations relating to domestic violence. The proposed language would allow employees to also access that time if they are victims of sexual assault. If this modification of 31-51 SS is passed, victims of sexual assault who take such leave could apply to the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority for income replacement benefits during those 12 days. This is a relatively minor change that would provide significant relief to victims of sexual assault. Finally, the bill includes several other technical changes, which are summarized in my written testimony. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Erin, and I just want to congratulate you, first and foremost, on reaching the 100,000 Connecticut workers receiving benefits. And I think that just happened last week.
Yes.
And, you know, we're very proud of this program. We know that it has benefited workers in every municipality in the state. And, you know, that's something we can really be proud of. And we've heard only positive feedback about the program. I do want to ask you one question, and it really doesn't pertain directly to your program, but I think it will inform our committee regarding an issue that came up in a public hearing last week on the paid sick days. In the paid family medical leave statute, there is a broad definition of family. And there's been some question about why that isn't mirrored in the paid sick days bill, something that we're going to be considering. And I wondered if you could tell us what your experience has been with claims, both for care for loved ones, and also within that, if you know, where has the broad definition of family been applied?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So under Connecticut paid leave, if you need time away from work to care for a family member who's experiencing a serious illness, you can take that time. The definition of family includes parent, spouse, child of any age, siblings, grandparents, grandchildren, and a person who the employee demonstrates to have a relationship that's equivalent to one of those designated spots. So in 2023, we had 23,593 caregiver claims, which is about 12% of our overall claims. So it's sort of number 4 in terms of how people use the paid leave benefit. The people who were applying for that benefit, identifying that they were caring for a person who has an affinity relationship, which is our shorthand for a person who's equivalent to one of those designated relationships. There are only 394, or 1.69%. of the caregiver claims, which means that if you're looking at the overall population of people who took paid leave, you're talking about less than 0.5%.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And I hope the authority could provide that in writing to the committee.
Certainly.
That would be very helpful to us. And if you can get that to our clerk, that would
Yep.
be helpful. Any questions or comments from the committee? Darrell, Representative Wilson, sorry, so familiar.
It's okay. Thank you again for coming and testifying. One of the pieces of the bill that you highlight is the working with our federally recognized tribal nations and allowing their employees to have the opportunity to participate in such a program. Could you explain or go into detail as to how this not only benefits the authority, but the tribes?
Certainly, thank you. So we know that there are a large number, several thousand individuals who work for the federally recognized tribes. Many of the people who work for those tribes are not members of the tribes. They work at the hotels, they work at the gaming establishments, but it's a large population, particularly in that sector of the state. And so right now they have no paid leave coverage. There are obviously paid leave entitlements through their work, but they do not necessarily cover all of the same reasons that we provide and don't cover the same length of time. So we started discussing this topic with the tribal nations to say, do you want this? We obviously don't have any way of just allowing you to participate without statutory authority. They are not municipalities, right? So they can't just opt in the way municipalities could. And so the leaders of the tribal nations said, yes, we are interested, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't put us as equivalent of municipalities. So they didn't want the simple opt-in language that municipalities have, where you could collectively bargain to participate. And so that's what we started having conversations about what would be the appropriate way so that the different tribal nations could make their own decisions and not have it be a one size fits all. They would make their own decisions for the different nations and enterprises and make the determination if this is right for their employees in a way that is respectful of their sovereign authority. So I think the language we have helps the workers by creating that mechanism, is respectful of the tribe, so it doesn't put them in any difficult position or sort of hurt any of the rights that they ought to have or have already. And for the authority, we just want to make sure people have access to income replacement when they need time off. We know it's really important. So it means more workers, and that means more claims, but that's something that we think is important to make sure that the folks in the southeast part of the state have the same protection that everyone else does.
Thank you, and I appreciate that detailed explanation of really highlighting the several pieces of it, access for several thousand workers that really will benefit from this. And I also appreciate the part of working with the tribes to make sure that their sovereignty and whatnot is protected and under the respects of the program. And so, through you, if I could ask one more question, we hear the part of, some people concerned that, well, these individuals, are going to just be in the program, but within the agreement that is made under this language, they will do the same as individuals now in the program where they would be contributing to it.
Right. So we recognize the mechanism would have to be this sort of MOU, but when we had the conversations, we said, we really need you to understand what would be the requirements. And it's important to understand that the employees need to contribute. We can't have one segment of the population subsidizing another entire segment of the population. So we wouldn't want the individuals who work for the tribes to pay more. We don't want them to pay less. We want it to be fair.
Thank you. And I think just clarifying that point is important. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I do want to just say one thing about your last comment. My understanding is that employees have to contribute, but there are employers who can cover the cost of their employees, and any employer can do that. And I think the point you're making is that people who participate in the plan, in the program, all are contributing on the same level, whether they're a tribal employee or whether they are already part of the program.
That's correct. And as you point out, there are employers who basically grossed up their employees' wages so that there was sort of a net neutral impact on the employees. Employers can choose to do that. They have to work with their benefits and tax people, stay out of that. But we just want to make sure that we're not privileging or hurting one population over another.
And I want to add my thanks to the authority for that. One of the things that this is a public opportunity. Thank you for. Since the very beginning, we know that you stood up this program under very difficult circumstances during COVID. No one thought you could get it done, and you did, not only on time, but on or under budget. And I also really appreciate how much you have kept us, the chairs of the committee, involved in understanding what you're doing as you go forward. And when it came to, particularly on this issue of working with the tribes, you know that I previously had a representation relationship with the dealers at Foxwoods, and I can tell you how much they appreciate the opportunity. And I look forward to Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun and the Mohegan Tribe and the Mashantucket Pequots voluntarily participating in this, because it's something the employees will really benefit from. So I really appreciate the way you've included us in working through these tough issues. So thank you. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. You're in support of the clarifying appeals process and the other technical changes of SB 220. Is that correct?
Yes, we are. I want to keep my testimony to 3 minutes, so I didn't
Okay.
want to talk about SB 220, but we are in favor of it. We think that it will be a good, it's good legislation to clarify it. We actually have, in our 2+ years of paying benefits, only one claim actually went to appeal.
Okay.
The individual actually named the wrong party. So it was dismissed, because we have a lot of processes before you get to Superior Court to resolve any issues. But there is that right to go to Superior Court, and I think it's important to make sure that the process is very clear for everybody involved.
And just, to highlight, Chair Kushner talking about the success of paid family medical leave. Do you have statistics? I'm just super curious of that's a mind-boggling amount of claims, and that they're successful. How many of them are by females in the workforce?
I do have that data. I don't have the exact numbers memorized, but I can tell you that it's about 60% overall are filed by women. Pregnancy and childbirth is almost exclusively by women.
Mm-hmm.
Caregiver is about 2/3 women. So 2/3 women are taking the caregiver leave and getting benefits from us, 1/3 men. The way we handle bonding leave is, if you are pregnant and you stay out beyond the medical recovery period, we consider that to be pregnancy and childbirth. So bonding is almost exclusively filed by the man or the other partner.
Mm-hmm.
So that is our sort of number one, where we have mostly men filing that claim. Your own serious health condition is about 50-50, maybe 55% women. So it's definitely a program that benefits all workers. But because women tend to be the ones who are caring for others, we see this helping women in the workforce a great deal.
Ding, 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 ding. That's what I wanted to highlight, is that really our entire healthcare system has relied on unpaid family, female, mostly caregiving, both for new babies, but also for, all of us have, almost all of us have aging parents. And if they're in a surgery or recovery stage, we know that Medicare doesn't pay for at-home care. And so that has fallen disproportionately on women, and it has fallen disproportionately on an expectation that women would drop out of the workforce or not be working and simply caring for their loved ones. And because women make up now more than 50% of the workforce, we're losing, wages, we're losing we're not losing jobs because that's protected, but many can't afford to do it. So I just wanted to highlight how incredibly important this step is towards, equity in a caregiving system that is really normalized exploiting unpaid caregiver families. And also, I just thought it's very important that you talked about the affinity again for a family member for caring for that person, and to get a little bit of wage replacement is so critical for even survival. And so I'm really proud of that, and I hope we can mirror that in our paid sick leave as well.
If you'll indulge me, I will do a little PSA to say, a lot of people don't understand that people can take leave and receive benefits for intermittent leave. So it's leave for one reason, but it might be small increments of time, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe once in a while. But for caregivers in particular, having that flexibility means that you can stay in the workforce. You can continue to be part of the economy, continue to protect your own economic longevity, but also have that ability to know that, okay, when I need to take mom to get her dialysis, I can do that and not have to give up my entire career just to be available for her.
Yeah, and we didn't mention this, but before we implemented this, women disproportionately took a hit in their Social Security earnings because they weren't paying in for all that unpaid leave time. And so they will retire with less, Social Security benefit, which is disproportionately, again, harming our aging, largely female-led community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Weir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, Madam Chair, can you, and maybe you covered this in your testimony, so forgive me if I missed it. What is the utilization rate? What percentage of the claims that you're processing are you approving? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So our utilization rate is, the way we define it, is sort of how many people in the workforce are taking leave. So the overall workforce, and we're growing there. We're anticipating about 4%, moving up to probably about 6% in the next year or so, which is consistent with what we see in other state programs. So our utilization rate is kind of on target for what we see with other state programs. In terms of our approval rate, we're at about 75% of claims get approved, about 25% get denied initially. Of those initial denials, the vast majority, by a country mile, are because people are failing to provide the required documents. We see in about half of those situations, after the denial is issued, people communicate and end up producing those documents. And so through the reconsideration process that we have before they go to DOL, we're able to reverse that denial because the documents have come in. We are still working to try to understand why we have a number of claims where people aren't providing the documents. It's a piece of identification. It's an employment verification form that your employer completes, and usually a med cert if it's your own serious health condition, or maybe adoption papers or something. It's the same documents that you would give to your employer for FMLA. So we know employees have them. So we're trying to figure out what is causing people not to produce any of them. We know some of those are bots, right? We know that sometimes it's just criminal concerted enterprise that is just trying to get out of a government benefit program. So not paying them is good. But we know some of them are people who may just be having trouble. And so we're expanding our outreach and engagement, including a new program our board just authorized called the Community Education Coordinators. So we will be contracting with community organizations across the state to try to provide technical assistance and more directed outreach to make sure that people who are having difficulty, maybe with a digital issue, access to technology, will be able to provide those documents. So we do anticipate that our denial rates will be reduced as a result of that. They'll never be zero. They should never be zero. Sometimes people file claims and they're not eligible, or the reason doesn't covered. So we're just trying to get to a place where it's not because people are having trouble.
And another question through you, Madam Chair. So if I have if my employer provides for paid medical leave, I mean, we're all paying in, other than the people in collective bargaining agreements are exempted. But for the rest of us who are not, we're paying 0.5% of every paycheck in. So if my employer provides a similar type plan, is it my understanding I have to use that plan before I can utilize the state benefits through you,
It-
Madam Chair?
It depends on what you mean by a similar type plan. So we do have what we call the private plan option, and there are about 800 private plans where the employer has committed to providing a plan either through an insurance policy or a self-insured program that is equivalent to the paid leave program. And so that is, they don't pay into our program. They don't give us contributions. That is entirely through their private plan, through their employer. So if you're talking sort of one for one, it's a private plan option. And those employees get those benefits through that avenue. Then there's also some employers who provide short-term disability. And employers who provide short-term disability usually are through, again, insurance policies. It depends on what the insurance policy says. Many insurance policies say that they are the payer of last resort. And so they require the employee to come to us first. And they are the secondary payer. They will only pay if we pay less than what they would have otherwise paid. So that's what we normally see. There are some situations where very generous employers pay first, but maybe they pay for less time than we would provide. And so those employees may come to us later in their process.
Thank you. A couple of questions and a comment. You testified about the approval, the disapproval, the denial rate. And I'm wondering if some of that could be attributed to people who believe they would be eligible for paid family leave because of COVID. And I know when you first stood up the program, this was a real concern. I think there were thousands of applications for people who thought they could get reimbursement who were socially isolated because of exposure or who had mild cases of COVID and were only home for a week or two. And I know the determination was made that didn't rise to the serious illness level that was required by the program. So do you think that could contribute to some of the rate and we will see less of that as we go?
Yes, absolutely. And we have seen situations where people apply simply because they've been diagnosed or exposed and are quarantining, but are not receiving any sort of ongoing medical care. Thankfully, as the rates of infection have diminished and as our education has worked, we see fewer and fewer of those claims. We do still see claims like that. We also, sometimes get claims for people who are like, I have to take my child to routine orthodontia. I get it. You have to take time off from work for that, but that's not a serious health condition. So there are definitely situations where people are applying for things that are not covered reasons. That's our, as I said, number one is not providing documents. Second, way down in the list is folks who do not meet the eligibility standard because they don't work for a covered employer. We do see that. So employees of municipalities, for example, may apply to us not realizing that they're not covered. And then we see the non-covered reason as sort of another reason that the denials happen.
I appreciate that. And another part of the revisions that we're considering here is about providing information or workers getting information from their healthcare provider. And I want to thank you for that part of these proposed bill. I want to credit my co-chair, Representative Sanchez, for bringing this to our attention as something that would really make a difference. As a new father, he can tell his own story, but I was so impressed with his story when he went to visit the hospital in anticipation of the birth of his child and so many of the fathers didn't know they had access to bonding leave. And he brought it to our attention and also did outreach himself, as I have with local hospitals. And I think that's a really critical piece of this that will improve the utilization. So thank you, Representative Sanchez. I think it also feeds into a question that's come up from legislators and from advocates for from both sides saying different things. I hear from advocates. We have a large, now we have a large fund with resources that have not been utilized. I think, what, $700 million that are still in the fund after claims are paid. And couldn't we improve the benefits? And then from others, well, we have a large fund. Couldn't we reduce the contribution rate? And I know this is a topic that was taken up by the Board of Directors or as trustees, directors. And I wonder if you could comment on your thoughts about the fund and whether or not we could either increase benefits or reduce contributions at this point.
Great. Thank you so much for that question. I will say that we're very pleased that our fund is healthy and solvent. I know there are a lot of concerns about that in the very beginning, that we would be having a very different conversation. So the good news is that the fund is healthy, it is solvent, it will sustain this program for years to come, which is the purpose of a trust fund. Our contribution rate is capped at 0.5%. We did start at that cap in the beginning. And there are discussions about whether we could or should reduce that. 0.5% is the lowest in the country of the paid leave programs that exist or are in the legislative process and developing. So we're already very, very low. And we're also one of the only 4 states that only have the program employee funded. All the other states have it half employer, half employee, or part and part employer, part employee. They divvy it up. So we're already very low. Where we were in August, September, and October, because we had several board meetings devoted to this topic, my view, and ultimately the board voted, agreed to this, was we're still very new. We still only have, at the time, 18 months of claims data. We're now at 2 years worth of claims data. We're still growing. We see our growth year over year kind of starting to accelerate. So we need more data and more time to see what our run rate will be, if our utilization rate will increase faster, as fast as the actuaries anticipate or faster. So in the fall, we said we just need more time. We have now begun the process of our finance committee, of our board, beginning to really tackle, okay, what does our fund look like, particularly now that we've seen this growth in claims, which has been growing month over month. What do we think our utilization rate will be? Our actuaries have adjusted their estimates. What safeguards do we need in place? Beyond just we have enough to make sure we meet the solvency metrics, but what is enough beyond which we have a healthy cushion that we could consider either reducing contributions or raising the benefit cap? That is a process that our board has given to the committee to focus on. We had our first meeting to talk about that just the other day, and we're going to continue talking about that with the advice of our actuaries. So for now, I'm saying we're just going to look and wait and see and utilize the advice of our actuaries, run different scenarios, make sure that I've said this for a long time, since 2019, our goal is to make sure the wheels don't come off the bus. That's first and foremost, right? People are paying into this program. They need to make sure it exists. We have a bad history in Connecticut of borrowing against trust funds, and that has never been a good idea. So we don't want to do that. And now we just need to look and see, do we have a cushion? And if we have a cushion, what's the best way to address that cushion? Under the statute, the board's only authority would be to reduce the rates. They don't have the authority to increase benefits. So we will continue to run that analysis, and we will continue to communicate with all of you about where that analysis brings us so we can make good decisions to make sure that the fund exists for the future. I mean, that's the most important thing. We need to make sure that this continues to exist and continues to benefit our workers.
Thank you very much for that answer. Any other comments or questions? Thank you for being with us
Thank
today.
you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Saru Jayaraman. And Saru, you'll be testifying via Zoom, so you should be on the screen there. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. My name is Saru Jayaraman. I'm the co-founder and president of One Fair Wage. We're a national organization of 300,000 restaurant and service workers and about
Saru,
1,000.
can you just hold on one second because we aren't hearing you well. There's no one back there to manage it. So hold on one second. We'll get the volume turned up on our end. Cameron, are we ready now? We're, we're working on getting a technician. Please bear with us. But we do want to hear what you have to say, and it was almost impossible. Saru, do you have, if you have a few minutes, can we go to the next speaker and come back to you?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we call up then Beth Hamilton?
Good morning, Chairwoman Kushner, Chairman Sanchez, Ranking Member Sampson, Ranking Member Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Beth Hamilton, and I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Alliance to End Sexual Violence. The Alliance is the state's coalition of community-based sexual assault crisis services centers who provide 365, 24/7 crisis interventions, including hotline services, counseling, support groups, accompaniments in hospital, police, and court settings, and legal services and advocacy while navigating complex systems-based interventions and processes. The Alliance thanks the committee and our colleagues at the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority for their good work to update Connecticut's paid family and medical leave statutes to include coverage for victims of sexual assault. The Alliance strongly supports the proposed changes to paid family and medical leave that would allow victims and survivors of sexual assault to take time off of work to seek care, to participate in the criminal justice process, or to care for themselves. SB 222 allows victims of sexual violence to take up to 12 days off per calendar year for reasons related to the sexual assault, including to seek medical or psychological care, to obtain services from a victim services organization, to relocate, or to participate in civil or criminal proceedings related to or resulting from the assault. This legislation supports survivors' long-term well-being while ensuring stability for their families. Survivors of sexual violence experience significant emotional and physical burdens in the aftermath of sexual violence that can impact every facet of their lives, including their employment. SB 222 ensures that survivors can step away from work to support their healing and participate in the criminal justice process. According to Workplaces Respond to Domestic and Sexual Violence, interviews with sexual assault victims reveal that up to 36% experience symptoms of depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and they all interfered with their ability to be effective workers. The ability to seek support and care following sexual violence can significantly decrease long-term negative mental health and physical health outcomes for survivors, as well as increase employee satisfaction and longevity. The Alliance applauds the good work of the committee and believes that this will contribute to supporting survivors of sexual violence and their families across our state. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments?
Madam.
Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Beth, for this compelling testimony. Can you say just a little bit about the delayed response in victims of sexual violence in seeking, support, seeking justice, all of those things, and also how would this process protect that victim in applying for paid family medical leave?
So the way that this works, it does not require an immediate response, meaning that if the assault took place yesterday, I must have a certain window of time to present that to my employer and seek this support. What would happen is essentially folks would be able to document using through a victim service agency like mine, using court or criminal justice, using Office of Victim Services, or a medical or psychological provider to document that they were a victim of sexual assault. So it does not have anything to do with a timeline or a specific window in which survivors would have to report to their employers that they were victimized.
Thank you. That's really super important. And I know we get some criticism of not being victim-centered, and I believe that this measure is very victim-centered and important, and that addresses the privacy issue too, which again is really important for survivors to have. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, but I do want to say how much we appreciate you bringing this forward. I know the advocates made us aware of the the statute, that it didn't have the coverage that we needed. And so we really do appreciate your advocacy on the issue.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, I think Saru, we are ready for you. Let's see if we can hear you now, because we have a technician here.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you pretty well. Can you make it any louder? Let's try that, or you could move a little closer to the mic also.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Saru Jayaraman. I'm the co-founder and president of One Fair Wage. We're a national organization of 300,000 restaurant and service workers and 1,000 high road restaurant owners. I'm also a professor at UC Berkeley, and many thanks to Senator Kushner, Rep. Sanchez, and the committee for having me. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 221 to raise the minimum wage for tipped workers to a full minimum wage with tips on top. As many of you may remember, I was grateful to be able to come speak to you last year about this same bill and shared that the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers is a direct legacy of slavery, created after emancipation to allow restaurants to hire newly freed Black people, not pay them, and force them to live on something that had just come from Europe at the time called tips. That was made law in 1938 and has persisted in 43 states, including Connecticut, since that time, making a population that is still to this day overwhelmingly women and disproportionately women of color suffer from the highest rates of both sexual harassment and economic instability of any workforce. For a workforce, by the way, that is the highest rates of single mothers of any occupation. I also shared last year that with the pandemic, so many of these workers left the industry. 1.2 million workers left the industry, citing low wages and tips as the primary reason for leaving, sharing that tips had gone down, harassment had gone up. Many of them were disqualified from receiving unemployment insurance in Connecticut because their wages were too low. And they started leaving the industry en masse. Thousands of restaurants started raising wages to recruit staff. The new information I wanted to share with you today is both a report we've released now showing that the states that have passed this actually have much higher small business restaurant growth rates and tipping averages than the state of Connecticut. But I also wanted to share the incredible momentum on the issue we've seen around the country since I came to speak with you last year. So first, on the data, 7 states have already ended the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers: California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Minnesota, Montana, and Alaska. Also, Flagstaff, Arizona is in the final year of phasing out the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. DC passed this a year ago with very positive results, which I'm about to share, and Chicago passed this in October 2023. Now, in the 7 states that have done this, we've looked at both small business restaurant growth rates and tipping averages. California, for example, we've seen that small business growth rates over the last 3 years, per the National Restaurant Association's own data, are at 12.9% small business growth rate in the restaurant industry compared to only 4.5% in Connecticut. So clearly, small businesses can thrive in the restaurant industry, still paying workers a full minimum wage with tips on top. We also looked at tipped workers, from the lowest tip earners at the IHOP and Denny's to the highest tip earners at the Ritz-Carlton and very fine dining restaurants in Connecticut. We found that even among, of course, the lowest tip earners earn a lot more in wages and tips because they're getting a full minimum wage of $15 rather than the $6.38 in Connecticut with tips on top, and tips have not decreased at all in those states. But also, the highest tip earners are earning a lot more. In California, the highest tip earners are earning almost $90,000 a median. That's the median wage for the top 5% of tip earners, compared to only $82,000 a year for the highest tip earners in Connecticut. So the highest tip earners are doing better. The lowest tip earners are doing better. Small businesses are doing better. And that's because workers are able to afford to live, work, and eat out in California and bring their families and tip better than they do in Connecticut. The second thing I wanted to share that's changed since last year.
Ms. Jayaraman, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
In conclusion, we've seen tremendous momentum on the issue, with the issue passing in the last year in 3 places and moving on the ballot in 13 states this year, including in Massachusetts, where we fear workers will move from Connecticut to Massachusetts as wages go up to $15 plus tips in that state on the ballot this year. It's already been cleared to be on the ballot this November. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't have a question. I want to point out, if I recall you coming to testify last year, and the testimony was very similar. I would like to see the new data, though. I would appreciate that being sent to the committee. But we had you were online in line number 50 and were moved up the ladder because you had to catch a flight. My recollection is you had to be somewhere the next day. But I opened up the newspaper 2 days later, and you are at a press conference at a local restaurant. And I just, to me, I'm concerned with, I felt misled, and it can call your credibility into, into question with me. I don't have a question. That's my statement. Thank you.
Let me just suggest, Representative Weir, that you address that to the committee, and we can take a look into it, because I don't think we should be asking her to respond to that at this moment. It is something for the committee. It is something that the committee would want to hear from you about. Thank you. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Just, we had a press conference earlier this year, and that I attended, and you were up here just bringing up the topic that you're passionate about, and then you had mentioned the 7 states. And as I looked at my own data on the 7 states, the comments that were made were these restaurants are doing so much better because of this new legislation. And some of the legislation hadn't even gone into effect. And so I don't correlate a passage of legislation with the actual increase in restaurant growth, when the legislation on the new wages weren't going to go into effect, some not till this summer, and then majority of them, almost all of them, minimum wage is far less than Connecticut's. In some cases, they're the $7.25 to $9. I don't think DC's pay right now is any more than $9.25. So that data that you mentioned, I honestly would be greatly interested in that. And also, since you've been in Connecticut a bit, have you had Connecticut restaurants that you have data that you could share with us come on board and saying we should really go in this direction? If you'd had that also, would be great. And any of your thoughts on those?
Thank you so much, Representative Weir. Happy to answer those questions. So the 7 states.
That was Representative Ackert, just for the record.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Representative Acker, my apologies. The 7 states that I've just mentioned, California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Minnesota, Montana, and Alaska, passed and implemented One Fair Wage all over 20 years ago. So they are fully implemented. These are states, I mean, I live in California. Nobody is paid less than $16 an hour plus tips. That is true in both Oregon and Washington. There is a full $15 an hour plus tips. Nobody is earning less. The places you are mentioning are places that are in process. So as I mentioned, Flagstaff, Arizona passed this 5 years ago. They're in the final year of phase-in. And we have data that shows from the last couple of years, actually, restaurants have grown in Flagstaff from post-pandemic, from 2021 to 2022. We don't have the latest data from 2023. It's not publicly available. But post-pandemic, the restaurant industry has grown in Flagstaff, Arizona. Washington, D.C. passed this in November 2022. We published a report in November 2023, 1 year after the passage. Like this bill that you have in front of you, Washington, D.C. and all of these states included a phase out of the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. So the overall minimum wage in Washington, D.C. is $16 an hour, and the wage is going up in D.C. from $5 to $16. It's currently at $8 an hour. It's going up to $10 an hour this year. And going from 5 to 8 over the last year, we have seen in the last year, 10% more restaurants per government data provided by the DC Attorney General, 7% more restaurant jobs per government data, 6.8% higher earnings, including wages and tips per government data. None of this is our own data. We're happy to share it. So we have 2 examples. We have both states that have done this for a very long time and have very positive, experiences. That's the report that we issued today, and happy to share with you, showing California that implemented this many decades ago and has a 12.9% growth rate among small business restaurants compared to Connecticut's 4.5% small business growth rate. But we also have examples of more recent transitions to a full minimum wage with tips on top. Flagstaff is almost at 100%. They're just $1 difference right now. They've been going up each year over 5 years. This is the final year. They're almost there, and restaurants have grown in Flagstaff over the last several years. And then in Washington, D.C., they're in the beginning of their phase-in. 1 year has passed, and we're seeing even there have been no negative consequences. And so we have both examples, places that have done it already for many years, places that are in process. And in both cases, we're seeing higher restaurant sales, overall small business growth rates going up, the same or higher tip averages. Tipping has not changed in either of these sets of places. Happy to provide the DC report to all of you that we published 1 year after the passage, as well as the report that we issued today on small business growth in California compared to Connecticut.
Thank you again. Thank you for your response. I did get a chance, I see the testimony in opposition here by some restaurant owners. I did have
I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to answer your other question. Yes, we do have restaurant owners in Connecticut. And I believe one is joining virtually today, and others we're happy to bring to meet with you at your convenience.
Thank you. And I'll finish my comment. So I did go out and try to watch the UConn game the other night. Most restaurants stop closing at like 9, please, when UConn's playing. So I did ask the restaurant owner, hey, I might as well chat with him a little bit and ask him about what he pays his workers. And he goes, we have this one fair wage. He goes, oh, I pay minimum wage. I pay minimum wage. I don't do this for a living. He says, I'm retired. This is like my hobby. He says he doesn't do it to make money. And most business people want to and do so. It was an interesting comment for him, but I'll continue to listen to the dialogue. But thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the good testimony.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Saru, can you just tell us a little bit about that, especially the phase-in, because that is the proposal that we're looking at, how difficult that is, or what that kind of barrier is in terms of accounting, in terms of payroll, and if you know anything about one of the things that we're trying to address is the inconsistency, and if people are doing the 80-20 rule and how that's tracked. And, we heard this morning how that's complaint driven by the worker if it's not fair. And so I just want to hear a little bit more about how a phase-in could be technically feasible, I suppose, for small businesses that don't have fancy software. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. The greatest burden on small business restaurants is having to track these very difficult rules with regarding the two-tiered wage system. So right now there are a number of federal and state rules regarding this system. First of all, one that you mentioned, the 80-20 rule. Employers are supposed to ensure that at all times, the workers who are paid a sub-minimum wage for tipped workers are interacting with guests at least 80% of the time. That is nearly impossible for any employer to actually track. Another rule is that employers have to inform workers every time they are paid a sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. I am paying you less than minimum wage. I will ensure that tips bring you to the full minimum wage, or I will make up the difference. There are rules around tip sharing. Tips cannot be shared with the back of the house or workers who do not interact with guests. They have to remain with the front of the house as long as you're paying servers, bartenders, tipped workers a sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. There are a number of other rules that are difficult to comply with. And the problem really is that there is both incredibly challenging burden for small business owners to figure out these complicated rules, and for any government entity, either the state or the federal government, to enforce these rules. In fact, under the Obama administration, the U.S. Department of Labor attempted to do a massive investigation into violations of these rules. They found an 84% violation rate, and the Solicitor General, Patricia Smith of the U.S. Department of Labor, declared the issue unenforceable. So regardless of any arguments about these rules, the fact that the Solicitor General of the U.S. Department of Labor said this is too hard, it's impossible, in fact, to enforce, should be an indication that if it's hard for the U.S. Department of Labor to enforce, it's very difficult for small businesses to comply with, and incredibly difficult for workers who generally do not know their rights with regard to these issues and would face retaliation and or difficulties, challenges, pushback from employers if they tried to bring up these issues. And we've heard this from workers over and over and over again, that if they tell their boss, I didn't get the full minimum wage with tips on top, they fear that they're going to be fired, their hours are going to be cut. And we've seen it happen in multiple places. And so it is a very difficult system. It is hard on small businesses. It is hard on workers. And in fact, at one point, we looked at restaurants in California, again, Los Angeles, where there's a full minimum wage with tips on top, and restaurants in New York City, where there's a sub-minimum wage. And we found 3 times the litigation and lawsuits against restaurants on these issues as we found in LA. It reduces liability to have just one simple, clean wage with tips on top. And the last thing I want to say is that in New York, we saw a group of attorneys kind of take on the role of the Department of Labor and decide to actually go after lots and lots of restaurants and try to enforce these rules. And when that happened, we saw a number of restaurant owners, and including an employer side attorney, switch sides and come out for one fair wage. That happened with Tom Colicchio, star of Top Chef. It happened with a number of other employer side attorneys who said this issue is just too complicated, it's too much liability, and we would prefer just a clean, simple minimum wage with tips on top. So in terms of the phase-in, which was your original question, right now, small business employers are facing a tremendous burden in terms of these reporting rules. You know, going to a full minimum wage would reduce those rules, and we are in favor of a phase-in to allow restaurants the time to figure out with their systems and with our help. We are offering free support, training, and technical assistance. We have former restaurant owners on our staff who can provide it. Figure out how to get to a full minimum wage with tips on top profitably, because it is totally doable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one final question. Can you speak? I'm very, very concerned about the normalization and prevalence of sexual harassment in the service industry. And can you provide any data about how that has reshaped, how going to one fair wage has reshaped the power dynamic for workers that are so dependent on those tips?
Yes, again, thank you so much for the question. So as we know, 70% of tipped workers today are women, and we have the highest rates of single mothers of any occupation in the United States. We also have the absolute highest rates of sexual harassment of any industry, and that doesn't come from us. It comes from Professor Catherine McKinnon, who's the foremost legal scholar on the issue of sexual harassment, and actually is the person who both coined the term sexual harassment and fought to make it illegal in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. She said 2 things. One, she said, I've never seen any industry, and she studied all industries, with a higher rate of sexual harassment, including the military. She said, because of the incredible dependence these workers have on their tips and the need to have to put up with all kinds of inappropriate customer behavior in order to feed their families in tips. The second thing Professor McKinnon has said is that she has never seen a policy more effective at cutting sexual harassment, including making sexual harassment illegal, which has been her life's work. Because making sexual harassment illegal, again, is putting something on the books that then allows workers in a worker complaint driven system to sue after they've been harassed. The data from the 7 states that implemented this many decades ago is that, in fact, they have 1/2 the rate of sexual harassment as the states allow a subminimum wage of as little as $2.13 an hour, which is the federal subminimum wage for tipped workers. Because when workers in those states get a full minimum wage with tips on top, they're not as dependent on the tips. They get tips. In fact, as I shared earlier, their tips are higher, but they're not as completely dependent on the tips. And so they don't have to put up with as much from customers in order to have an income they can count on from their boss, like every other worker in every other industry. And so Professor McKinnon said, I have never seen any other policy as effective at cutting sexual harassment as simply paying these workers a full minimum wage with tips on top. Now, all of this got much worse with the pandemic. Workers reported 50% of women said that sexual harassment got much worse. Thousands of women reported that they were regularly asked, take off your mask so I can see how cute you are before I decide how much to tip you. That kind of harassment, which was definitely a health risk to these workers and their families, resulted in Professor McKinnon working with us to coin a new phenomenon that we called masculine harassment. And that made it much worse and was why so many workers left the industry. Now, there is one more thing I want to say on this. The National Restaurant Association, which the Connecticut Restaurant Association is a chapter of, their solution to the fact that the industry is going through the most acute staffing crisis in the history of our industry is to push to weaken child labor laws in 22 states around the country to allow kids to work in these jobs and fill the positions that many adults are no longer willing to take. They have been pushing for bills in various states to allow 13-year-olds to serve alcohol in bars. And I just have to tell you, working with Professor McKinnon, there couldn't be anything more horrific or devastating than having young women as young as 13 years old being asked or allowed to serve alcohol to people who are inebriated in bars, particularly men. The kind of vulnerability we already see among young women and women in general in this industry to sexual harassment and assault, which are the highest in our industry of any industry, would only worsen. And so really at this moment, with the industry going through this kind of acute staffing crisis, there are kind of 2 options on the table. Pay a wage that allows adults to work in these jobs safely and without fear of harassment or retribution, and at the same time, prevent young people who frankly are already working in this industry. The Restaurant Association is just trying to get immunity for the fact that many teens already work in this industry. It's not mostly teens. In fact, it's majority adults, but allowing more young people to work in the industry as young as 13 would just increase the vulnerability that these workers face with regard to the tremendous harassment that already exists. The solution is to pay these workers a full minimum wage with tips on top.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize I'm not there. Hopefully I'll be there Thursday. I do have a couple of questions for the woman that testified. Mr. Chair. On the wage, right now, we went to the minimum wage, it's actually $15.69 with $15.69. So it's about 125% increase in wage. Is that correct?
That's right. Over several years, not immediately.
But so you're saying the employer is going to have to pay 125% more to maybe 10 to 50 employees, and that they're going to make more money because they're paying more money. Is that correct?
I'm saying that, yes, what we're seeing over the long haul in states that have already done this is that the industry has grown. And you don't have to take it from me. You can take it from the CFO of Denny's, who told shareholders in 2021 that Denny's has grown faster in California than any state in the US because they pay their workers a full minimum wage with tips on top. And their workers are able to bring their families to eat out at Denny's.
Okay, thank you. And then, so if we go to, and listen, I'm just trying to flush this out. They pay 125% more in wages. Then you also have to have the SUTA and FUTA. You know what that is? The federal, state taxes, federal taxes, state taxes. So it's about 135% more they're paying with unemployment. And then what if the restaurants say, you know what, we have to raise these 125, 135%. We have to raise our prices at least 25% across the board for drinks, for food. So they raise the price for up to $25 instead of $20 a meal, and up to, and so on. And then you want the customer to pay 25% to 30% more, but also you want them to tip. Is that correct?
We want them to what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the
Tip.
last thing.
You want to, you're also telling me, what if they don't tip?
Well, they do tip. In fact, as Senator Kushner said, most customers actually believe that workers already receive the full minimum wage with tips on top, and they still tip. So they do tip. They still tip in the states that already pay this. They tip in the places where it's being phased out. They tip everywhere because people don't tip based on how much workers earn. That's not actually what research shows is the basis for tipping in the United States.
So I know what you're saying, but in Europe, there's no tipping. Tipping is frowned. Let me finish, please. Please let me. Tipping is frowned upon. You pay a little more money, but you get good service, and we get great service here. I've never, every time I've gone to dinner or lunch or breakfast over the last maybe 7 years since this has been coming forward, I've asked every waiter, waitress. I don't always ask the owners too much because I just ask the people that are working, and they have no problem with the system because they make about $42 an hour now, plus their sub minimum wage, so about $48 an hour. I think their fear is, and I don't work at a restaurant. I never have. I've run my own business for years. I don't know if, I think if the public found out, they did this in New York City and they actually rescinded it. Yes, they did. I'm 100% positive. My wife
I'm
works
from
in
New
Manhattan.
York. It didn't pass in New York. No.
No, but they tried it on their own. It didn't work.
No,
Anyway,
that's not true.
regardless,
I apologize. Please,
my fear
Representative
is,
Yacarino finish his statement and we will proceed with questions.
all right,
Representative Yacarino, please proceed.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last statement, my fear is if this passes, I'm afraid the workers are not going to get as much money as you think. And I've asked this question and they all like the system. So I'm just saying, I listen to constituents and non-constituents, people in this state, and even in Rhode Island and other states. I've never had anybody say, you know what, we don't like our system. It doesn't work. And obviously you feel it's an inappropriate system. It's an unfair system, but the people that do the job day in and day out, they don't feel that way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Would I be
Representative
able to
Hughes.
respond, Representative?
One second, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if you could clarify, respectfully clarify some of those assumptions, especially around workers' experience.
If that's the case, I'll respond also. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Who are you asking to respond?
Saru, go ahead.
Sure. Well, Representative Yacarino, thank you for sharing that. You will hear from constituents today who are in the room and testifying virtually who are workers, who are in great need of ending the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. There are workers who make quite a bit of money in tips. They are the minority because we know from government data in Connecticut that the median wage, including tips, is about $20,000 a year for tipped workers. So most workers in Connecticut do not work in nicer restaurants. They work in very casual restaurants and bars, small ethnic and even chain, very casual restaurants and bars. We have several thousand petitions from workers calling for a full minimum wage with tips on top in Connecticut, and workers there today who will share why they feel they need this. But the overwhelming data, especially when you have workers in Connecticut, tipped workers in Connecticut using food stamps at the double the rate of other workers, regardless of what you want to believe about how much they earn, people don't apply for food stamps for fun. It's not a fun or easy experience. People apply for food stamps because they need them. And the fact that tipped workers who are overwhelmingly women and have the highest rates of single moms of any occupation apply for food stamps at double the rate of other workers means that there is a problem, that the workers in Connecticut who feed us cannot afford to feed their families and are having to rely on government assistance to feed their families. Workers who you approach in a restaurant may not feel comfortable to talk to you about their needs and concerns, whether that is their wages, the amount of money they make, or the sexual harassment that they face. And the bottom line is that workers have been misled by the Restaurant Association. They have been told by the Restaurant Association, by some of their employers, that tips will go away if wages go up. Not only is that not the case in the states that have already done this, it's not even true in Connecticut. In Connecticut, the wage has gone up. It was not always $6.38. The wage went up from $2 to $6 over a period of years, and tipping in Connecticut remained exactly the same. And so you don't have to leave the state to know that that is false and misinformation that has been fed to workers. And again, while you may speak, I appreciate your experiences of talking to a few workers, but there are thousands of workers who have called for this. Some are in the room. And if you look at the government data, they are struggling. The last thing I do want to say is that when you talk about a 125% wage increase over several years for employers, we also have to keep in mind that that is basically that workers have been paid 125% less than the minimum wage for decades, and that their wages have been stagnated for way too long. And so if we are having to phase out a sub-minimum wage and go up by 125%, that is a reflection of the fact that this wage has been stagnated for so long that we have a long way to go to catch up, for these workers to catch up to other workers who are getting a full minimum wage from their employer and not having to rely on the vagaries and biases and harassment of customers to get their income. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next
Thank
up, we have Louis Chimes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, members of the committee. My name is Louis Chimes. I'm an attorney. I've represented individuals in employment matters for over 30 years. I had been previously involved in drafting the earlier versions of the current bill 5269, and I'm here today in support of raised bill 5269, which deals with non-compete agreements. This bill, in my opinion, is a very reasonable bill that places reasonable limitations on the rights of employers to require and enforce non-compete agreements against their employees, and moves the balance to a more balanced place between employers and employers. This bill is consistent with similar limitations that have been placed on covenants not to compete in 27 other states, including Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New York. I want to focus, I think, on what I think is the most important provision of the bill, which limits the application of non-competition agreements to exempt as opposed to hourly employees, against which the bill does not permit these types of agreements against hourly employees, and only permits non-compete covenants when the employee makes more than 3 times minimum wage, or when an independent contractor makes more than 5 times minimum wage. There's simply no justification for imposing covenants not to compete on low wage workers. And I'm using this purely as an example, not reality. But if an employee at McDonald's is making $15 an hour and Burger King pays $18 an hour, McDonald's shouldn't be able to prevent them from going to the higher paying company by virtue of having them sign a non-compete. The balance for low wage workers when they agree to work for somebody is against them. The employers hold all the cards, and they can force individuals to sign non-competes if they want the job. So low work and the impact of these agreements on low wage workers is much greater than the higher salaried executives and scientists and managers who may appropriately be subject to them. They're, first of all, for the employer, they're easier to replace. The employer has not made generally the investment in training and that they might in more highly skilled and highly developed employees. And low-wage workers generally have less resources to bear the burden of not being able to go out in their own geographic area and find jobs which they are equipped to do. This is going to lead to more low-wage workers not getting jobs and turning to the state for assistance. Competition in the marketplace promotes fair wages. It's a good thing. If McDonald's wants that lower paid worker to stay, it shouldn't do it with a non-compete. It should pay them a comparable wage that the market is giving that worker. So this is also, I think,
Chimes, Mr. Chimes, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Sure. I think it's a fair balance because employers can still use non-solicitation agreements to protect their customers from departing employees, and they will still have confidentiality and non-disclosure agreements for their proprietary and trade secrets. So the protections that the employers, that are important to the employers, are still there. Finally, there is one way in which this legislation I do not believe goes far enough, and I want this committee to consider either as an amendment to this bill or for in the next session. This bill does not address the fact that an employer who fires an employee can still enforce a non-compete against that employee. In other words, an employer makes a decision, we no longer have any interest in you working for us. It is not in our economic interest for you to continue working with us, but we can stop you from going to work in your field. That's a serious problem. In my experience as an attorney, I've seen this many, many times at all levels of. Yep.
Mr. Chimes, your time is up. The members of the committee can ask questions afterwards, though.
All right. Well, I urge you to support as is and consider the amendment, which I'm happy to provide written language for if they're interested.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that testimony. Through you, Madam Chair, recently, and again, can you comment, sir, on the highlights of this bill and how it differs from recent legislation that was proposed in New York? I know that it passed through their chambers, but the governor failed to sign it. And I'm concerned that, we want to maintain a competitive environment, no pun intended, but if we are imposing legislation that has already been, vetoed in a neighboring state, I'm afraid that could put us at a disadvantage. Do you have, with your knowledge in the law, are you able to point out any differences between those two? I mean, certainly I'm not an attorney and we will look into the differences, or I will. Offhand, do you have information about the New York law and how it differentiates from what's being proposed here in Connecticut through you, Madam Chair?
I do not. I am not able to comment on that. And although there may be for other speakers who may be able to.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Representative Eckert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. So you kind of went off in your discussion about a McDonald's / Burger King issue without obviously stating a client's name. We'll consider, we'll say a lower wage worker that you worked with. Can you give an example of an issue that you think that this bill would address from maybe a client that you had or a case that you had without obviously
many
names?
I can, many. So not specific to McDonald's or Burger King, but many franchises will have their assistant managers who are low-wage workers and their managers who would also be low-wage workers sign non-competition agreements. And again, they're fired and then they can't go get jobs in their fields. Hairdressers can't leave and then go out within their geographic region, and work as other hairdressers, tradespeople, plumbers, carpenters who work for a construction company may be prohibited from going out into the fields. People who do in the tech field, but who are relatively low-level programmers, will be often required to go into the sign non-competition agreements, despite the fact that they're not handling anything close to what would become, would be the confidential, cutting-edge information that these firms are handling. So yes, it happens. I see it a lot, and it's a real problem. It makes these cases for low-income workers to fight an enforcement action on a non-competition agreement. They can't afford to retain counsel. This bill does address that because it does allow for fees for the prevailing party. So it prevents resolution of other types of claims, or actually causes additional litigation when an employer has potential claims that might be obviated if they can go out and get another job, but they're suffering damages. So yes, this is something that I see frequently, and I have, and in my testimony, I cite some specific examples as well, in my written testimony.
Thank you. And I look forward to reviewing that again. And then just a follow-up, how do they get into this predicament? How does that employee get into this predicament? Is it just, here's a packet of paper, please sign this, and you start on Monday. How do they get to that, position? I give an example that I ran into, and I don't know where I'm going to be on how we vote for this, but a barber, young woman, it's a barber, decided after many years that she was ready to venture on her own, and was then told by that employer that she was leaving that, oh, by the way, you have a non-compete and you can't open up a barber shop within 10 miles of my office. And so, and then on an opposite situation where in the hospital setting, and a patient setting, a little higher wages, though now we're in a different wage bracket here from a barber, where I had a situation aware of a situation where a patient doctor moved on to another hospital and was told that, oh, that doctor has to stay outside of the range in Connecticut. You literally have to leave the state to get outside of the ranges. We're so small. That patient then had to drive 40 miles to get their treatment rather than the 5 that they were used to driving. So these are some of the areas that concern me in some of this areas. But also I do believe that the companies have a right to protect their intellectual property. So something I'm struggling with. But so there's a couple scenarios that I'm aware of. And so on the one end, I think on the hospital side, no help in this legislation, but maybe on the barber side, this looks like this may resolve that situation for that person that wants to open up a barber shop.
Well, let me start with the barber and the low-wage worker. What happens in these cases is one of two things. They're offered a job on their first day of work. They come in and there's a pile of papers to sign, and one of them is a non-competition agreement. There may be a pack, of 20 pages that require signatures. Sometimes the employees don't read it. But the other thing is, if the employee doesn't sign it, they don't get the job. This bill does offer additional protection and important protection for that. And this is actually not just for low-wage workers, this is everybody, which is it basically requires employers who are going to ask them people to sign non-compete agreements one is you have 10 days to review it before you sign it. It has to say you have a right to go to an attorney and review it before you sign it. And it also says that it requires, it says this may not be enforceable. And you have a right to consult with the Attorney General if you have a question about that. So this window is something that has been used in a lot of other states, and hopefully will alleviate some of that by emphasizing to the new worker that they have rights and that they should take time for this important consideration. I think the second way that employers will get non-compete signed is the employer starts and doesn't sign it at the outset, and then during the course of their employment, suddenly they're given a new document, a non-compete agreement to sign. Now, that's not legal without some kind of additional consideration, but it happens. And so these, again, less sophisticated workers who aren't going to know that are going to be placed in a disadvantageous position. Although the new legislation again would give you the rights and the window and tell you to go have it reviewed by a lawyer. The physician, I would say, is different, and the physicians are governed by a much more limited non-compete restrictions, and that's separately, and they're treated separately for physicians. And so that geographic area, I'm not sure, but that would probably reference, there's a sort of a 50, I think it's a 15-mile radius for physicians. So they actually have different protections than this bill. And I think one other thing you actually had brought up is your concerns about companies protecting their proprietary and trade secrets. And this doesn't affect that. This doesn't prohibit any company from requiring any employee of any level from signing a non-disclosure agreement that prohibits the departing employee from sharing trade secrets or disclosing trade secrets or proprietary information. So that protection exists, and that will continue to exist. And it's a kind of a misperception that non-competition agreements protect that, because they've always had that protection and they will continue to do so.
And now, thank you so much. I really appreciate your input. One final question. So sometimes when you're starting out in a new profession, you are considered a low wage earner maybe, until you can get to a level of being over this amount. Somebody that may work on a, I don't want to say it, but in a way, a commission base in sales, whether insurance, whether in financial institutions. And how do you see this legislation affecting that agreement if they had that?
But I think the legislation, you would look at the employee's earnings and see if his earnings are greater or lesser than the threshold. If it's lesser than the threshold, even if they were not an hourly employee, an administrative or an exempt or a commission-based employee, it would apply to them. Obviously, the longer the employee stays and if their earnings bring them above the threshold, they would be subject to the restrictions that are permitted.
Thank you again for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Joan Nichols from the Connecticut Farm Bureau. It's good to see you here, and I know you've made an effort to speak with us, and I apologize, we're not done yet. We will definitely schedule something, but I'm glad that you're here and we'll hear your testimony today.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Joining me today is Connecticut Farm Bureau President Paul Larson, who owns a small farm business in Connecticut, will be available to answer questions. So I'm here today and appreciate the opportunity to comment and ask your support of House Bill 5271, an act increasing the unemployment compensation threshold for agricultural employees. I appreciate the opportunity to comment in support of this proposed bill. This change to the existing statute regarding the Connecticut unemployment compensation threshold is long overdue. To the best of my knowledge, the last update to this statute was done in 1978. At that time, the Connecticut minimum wage was $2.66 per hour. Per existing law, when a farm business reaches the threshold of paying its agriculture employees in excess of $20,000 in any given quarter, even if that employee stays under the $20,000 threshold for the remaining quarters, that farm business employer is required to file quarterly with the Department of Labor and pay the minimum 3% of payroll for unemployment compensation tax. This tax burden never goes away, and the farmer must pay these taxes and file these forms even if they never exceed the $20,000 threshold. We feel that this proposal would especially help our small farms, our new and beginning farmers, which is a real focus of Connecticut agriculture, is growing our small and helping new entry-level farmers. Many of these small farms are among the new and beginning farm producers in our state, but also include the small seasonal farms that have worked so hard for many years to provide the quality farm products that we've all learned to enjoy. Many smaller farms have no employees, or it's just the farmer and their spouse. However, at certain times during the year, they may need to hire 1 or 2 employees. At that point, they may trigger the $20,000 threshold, and then because of the seasonal nature of agriculture, may not need those employees for the rest of the season. However, they're still required to pay into the compensation fund. We realize that this particular proposal asks that you increase the threshold from 20,000 to 25,000. However, we would like to also propose that you consider raising it to 35,000 and threshold, and extending the threshold to more than 1 quarter. The seasonal nature of our farms is that sometimes they need workers at the beginning of the season, the middle of the season, sometimes they need them in the middle of the season, and at the end of the season. So farms are highly, fluctual because of the seasonal nature. So with that, I would ask that you consider a support of this bill. We would also ask that you consider raising that threshold to 35,000 and consider raising that threshold to consider it for 2 quarters. And we deeply appreciate your support. And at that point, Paul and I would be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Joan, good to see you. And I know Kathleen put it in, and my push was for 40. So because just from the conversation, well, a couple of things. Obviously, I remember being paid $2.66, by the way, just going way back that far. But talking to a couple of farmers from our farm dinners, that we've got a chance to chat to them about that, and some of them are first of all, they're struggling overall. Not that last year was a very good year for them, so I'm hoping that we can't bump this up to a 35 range to 40 range, because they are saying, again, the same thing. They're probably not going to hire, or they're going to really watch their labor, and that means when they watch their labor, that means the labor falls on them. So, whether you're harvesting vegetables or that given, like you mentioned, that given short time frame on that. So I'm here in full support of this legislation. I know we moved it out last year, and the Senate just doesn't, they got to get moving up there in the Senate. So, but hopefully we can, and, with, conversations, we got a chance to meet with the senator and have that dialogue. But I think for the farmers at this point, with that being moved up, and their increase in minimum wage, you can probably talk a little bit about that, and that how that then raise that threshold up again, so look forward to a response to those comments if you have any.
Thank you, Representative Paul.
Sure. Yeah, it definitely with.
Sorry, Paul, can you just for the record, I know you stated his name, but will you state your own name for
Oh,
this?
certainly. Paul Larson, President of Connecticut Farm Bureau, a resident of Woodstock, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Yeah, with the increase in minimum wage and the tight labor market, most farmers are paying very attractive wages to get and retain their employees. And so it wouldn't take much of a workforce to get over that threshold in any given quarter. So certainly, this kind of change would be a big help to a lot of small and beginning farmers. That 3% roughly plus or minus additional cost that the employer would incur, may not seem like a lot, but a lot of these operations are operating on very small margins. And so, that would be the difference of having a year in the black or a year in the red.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to Representative Ackert's comments, I do want to assure you I have heard from Senator Marks, who also represents an area of the state where there are a lot of small farms, and she has indicated her interest in this bill. So I would like to, go ahead.
Well, I just didn't want you to close it before I ask my question.
Sure, ask your question.
Okay.
Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representing the self-proclaimed Christmas tree capital of Connecticut, I was wondering if the small Christmas tree farms, if that 35 or even 40,000 threshold, would that cover their season or is it still too low? I'm just curious.
Well, yeah, thank you, Representative Hughes. I think the goal of this is to get it, get basically like an adjustment for inflation over the last many decades, and bring that up to a point where it's more realistic and be a big assistance, especially to the smaller farmers and particularly those with the seasonal aspect of their operation. You mentioned Christmas tree farms, and certainly they do have a large labor need during that harvest period, that fourth quarter. But there are there's a lot of tasks that have to go on, and a lot of consumers don't understand the work that happens on the other seasons of the year at a Christmas tree farm to produce a quality tree. So that was one of the reasons why we also, Ms. Nichols also promoted the idea of having that 2 consecutive quarters, having to, exceed that threshold before you have the mandatory participation.
So it sounds like a 2 consecutive quarter change would help
Yes,
those small.
that would be a big help
big
because
help.
you have so many operations that do have that one peak quarter where their labor demand is so high due to harvesting or planting or whatever it is, depending on the type of industry, type of agriculture they're engaged in.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I was just going to conclude to say that we heard earlier testimony from the Department of Labor with some other ideas that they might have to approach this issue. And I think, I know we're going to be in conversation with them. I would encourage you to do that as well. Obviously, I think everybody loves our small farmers. I know I grew up in farm country, and there aren't a lot of small farmers left where I grew up. It's all agribusiness now. But I do think that we also want to make sure that we're not now going to leave workers unprotected that previously counted on their unemployment. So I'm really anxious to work through this with you. And I think there's a lot of support, but we want to make sure that we're doing it the right way. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Brooke Foley.
Good morning, almost afternoon.
I can see you were waiting for me. I apologize
That's
to make
okay.
eye contact. Yes, please
Good
proceed.
morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Brooke Foley, and I represent the Insurance Association of Connecticut. The insurance industry is one of the most important industries in the state. It is one of the state's largest employers, and it's vital to the Connecticut economy. The IAC opposes House Bill 5269, an act concerning non-compete agreements. Covenants not to compete are contractual agreements between an employer and employee that limit the employee from seeking employment within a limited geographical area for a limited period of time after that employee no longer works for the employer. Non-compete agreements provide important protections for businesses, including insurance companies, from the loss of trade secrets, client lists, technologies, business practices, and other sensitive, confidential, and proprietary information. Connecticut case law already limits the use of these agreements in such a manner that balances the interests of employers and employees while ensuring reasonableness and fairness. Additionally, there are already individual sections of statute that address non-compete agreements pertaining to several specific professions and industries. Connecticut case law already requires that in order to be enforceable, the restrictions of a non-compete agreement must be reasonable. In determining reasonableness, the courts consider the length of time of the restriction, geographic scope, fairness of the protection provided to the employer, the extent of the restraint on the employee's ability to pursue employment within their occupation, and the extent of any interference with the public interest. Given these considerations, the amendments this bill is attempting to make are unnecessary. Moreover, this bill imposes significant restrictions which would eliminate the protections non-compete agreements provide to businesses. The bill uses a multiple of the minimum wage to reach a threshold salary level below which these agreements would be unenforceable. However, even lower wage employees can do serious harm to an employer going to a competitor and divulging business practices. Holding only higher salary employees to these standards does not protect businesses. Also, I would note that 3 times the minimum wage is $45, and if you multiply that by 40 hours a week and 52 weeks a year, that's $93,000 a year. That's what this bill does, is it makes anything below $93,000 unenforceable, and that is unfair to business. Under Connecticut law, under current law, Connecticut courts are able to modify the terms of the non-compete agreement or exclusivity agreement and enforce them as they are modified. This bill removes the discretion of the court to make modifications if they would result in enforcing the non-compete or exclusivity agreement. That is also unfair to business. The bill would make a non-compete agreement unenforceable in the situation where the worker has, quote, good cause under the law to end the employment relationship. Thus, these new provisions would give a worker who mistakenly believes they have good cause to end the employment the opportunity to cause serious economic harm to an employer long before a court will be able to determine whether the employee indeed had legally sufficient good cause to terminate the employment. Non-compete agreements and exclusivity agreements provide critical protections for insurance companies and other businesses. They are already highly restricted to protect employees and are a critical tool used by businesses to prevent economic harm caused by the loss of their most important assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Nyla Rosario. Thank you. Please
Hi.
proceed.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nyla Rosario. I'm the National Policy Director at One Fair Wage, and also a former restaurant owner. Prior to joining the team at One Fair Wage, I was a member of a coalition of restaurant owners nationwide called One Fair Wage, High Road Restaurants, which is a coalition of restaurants that support One Fair Wage for their workers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify before you today. Like many restaurants in Connecticut, my brother and I had to raise wages in order to recruit staff. But the industry cannot be saved by just raising wages alone, one establishment at a time. There needs to be a reform across the industry statewide. I found that increasing the wages not only helped us recruit staff, but it helped us recruit high quality staff. Ending sub-minimum wages will signal to millions of residents in Connecticut to come back to work because the wage increases will be permanent and it will be worth them coming back to the industry. Workers need a guaranteed high wage and stability to return to work. Without legislation, we're not going to be able to really do this totally. We will continue to see the conditions that have led to for many to leave the industry altogether. I want to thank the Labor and Public Employees Committee for considering this legislation that would require employers of tip workers to pay a full minimum wage with tip on top. The same way that it was passed in Washington DC last year, we can do this here in Connecticut as well. Let's get the industry back to work and let's solve the wages by the wage shortage, staff shortage, I'm sorry, and pass one fair policy today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Yes, thank you for sharing your testimony. And through you, Madam Chair, what, you mentioned that you're a former restaurant owner. How long ago? How long was it?
About 2 years ago.
2 years.
Yeah.
And through you, Madam Chair, so what are you doing now?
I'm now a national policy director at One Fair Wage.
Okay. And as a former restaurant owner, what were some of the biggest challenges that you faced?
So unfortunately, we had the restaurant during the pandemic. So it was really tough, not only for us, but for a lot of restaurants. We had staff that, just could not work anymore. We had staff, actually, one staff member, we had a cook that unfortunately passed away from COVID. So it was really tough for us. And for that reason is how we learned about the organization, which I now work with, One Fair Wage. We were benefactors from their grant programs that really helped us during that time.
Thank you for sharing that. And again, sorry, it's a, from what I hear, I've never run a restaurant. I've run several businesses and it is an incredibly tough industry. Appreciate your work and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Next up, we have Ed Hawthorne.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, of course, my state senator, Rob Sampson, Representative Weir, and Representative Wilson. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent 250,000 workers here in the state of Connecticut as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I'm here on 3 separate bills. I'll go through them in my 3-minute time period as best I can. First one I'd like to address is HB 5269 Act concerning non-compete agreements. Employers use these agreements, as we've heard, for a variety of reasons, including protecting trade secrets, reducing costs with employee turnover. These agreements, although are protective for those highest wage levels and those trade secrets, are more commonly being used for entry level and lower wage level jobs. It's estimated about 18%, about 30 million workers in the United States are covered by these. 27 states have already placed prohibitions. What we're asking, which we believe is reasonable, is 3 times the minimum wage for salaried workers or an independent contractor at 5 times. We're optimistic this will protect the low wage workers that we're trying to target here. And those workers will tend to have no managerial or substantive managerial responsibilities that will harm the employer. Non-compete agreements suppress innovation. It prevents people from going out and starting their own business, which is the American dream. And it drives down wages by forcing people to stay at the job they already have. So we urge the committee to support this bill. Next one is HB 5270, an act increasing the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation fraud. What we're asking is that we raise the threshold from 500 to 2,000. We're in no way saying that they shouldn't have to pay back the money. They should absolutely have to pay back the money. But if there is a misunderstanding in the way they answer the questions and it just being human error, we're asking them not to be charged with a felony, but rather a misdemeanor in those cases. And also, we're here in support of SB 221, an act concerning gratuities as part of the minimum wage. As we all know, Connecticut's minimum wage is $15.69. Tip workers, bartenders, servers were left behind. They used to be actually indexed to the minimum wage. Right now, employers are saving $3.54 per hour per server and $4.56 per hour per bartender. That's approximately 36% wage discount. Put another way, the employers of tip workers pay them about 40% of the minimum wage. No other industry profits from that as the restaurant industry does. And we're talking about 70,000 tip workers here in Connecticut. 69% are women, 28% are people of color, and they experience the highest rates, as we've heard, of sexual harassment on the job. It's all in my testimony. Once again, this is different from the last bill we brought before you because it is a phase-in to allow the employers to actually prepare for this and build that into their overall business as well. You've heard time and time again, 7 other states as well as the District of Columbia already do this. They have higher restaurant job growth rates, smaller business growth rates, and tipping averages than Connecticut. Thank you all for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have for me.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you all.
Next up, we have Ashley Zane.
Good afternoon, Chairs Kushner and Sanchez, Ranking Member Sampson and Weir, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Ashley Zane. I'm a Senior Public Policy Associate with the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. We represent thousands of companies across the state, both large and small and in every sector of the economy. I'm here today in opposition to HB 5269 and Act concerning non-competes. We acknowledge that non-competes and exclusivity agreements are not appropriate in every situation. However, when used appropriately, they provide much needed protection for the business community. Over the last several days, we've been inundated with a series of anecdotal examples, especially from our manufacturing sector, about why these are so important. CBIA has concerns with using the minimum wage as a threshold to invalidate the agreements. The minimum wage is indexed and thus a moving target. It could invalidate non-compete simply because of time versus any change in situations. We also have concerns regarding the ability to void a non-compete when an employee subjectively believes they have good cause to end the employment relationship. This could lead to a lot of damage and irreparable damage, in fact, to a lot of our businesses before the courts can examine this. Non-competes are highly restricted and regulated by our court system and provide critical protections to employees and employers. You know, we've gotten a lot of information from our manufacturing sector in particular, because a lot of their technical workers would not be eligible for a non-compete and thus be able to be poached by a lot of the larger companies from the smaller companies. So they have a lot of concerns regarding that, especially with the average minimum wage in manufacturing being $92,000. They would be under that amount. So with that, we're more than happy to work with the committee to find the right balance between protecting employers and employees. And I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony, Ashley, and through you, Madam Chair, just curious, are there industries that you are hearing, from employees or from employers where there's friction? Are there specific industries that this committee might consider? You mentioned having an issue with the minimum wage and index of that. Where are the concerns and the complaints coming from? Which industries, if you know, through you, Madam Chair?
Sure. So a lot of it is coming from our manufacturing sector. We're getting a lot of responses from them, but we're also hearing from the mid-sized level companies in pretty much every sector of the economy who would be impacted by this. You know, a lot of them are small, they're very community-based. So they're concerned with voiding out non-competes in that geographic space and possibly doing damage to their business.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for that testimony, and through you, Madam Chair. How about on the employee side? Are you aware of, if you don't know, you can just say you don't know, but I'm curious if we're hearing complaints or concerns from specific industries with specific employees in specific industries. Thank you.
I can't speak for employees specifically, as I represent CBIA, which is the employer side. But again, our employers value the employees that they have, especially with a workforce crisis that they have. So many are already trying to create environments where people don't just jump from business to business or from their competitors, or give them an opportunity or a reason to go to their competitors and divulge anything like trade secrets, proprietary information. So I can't speak from the employee side, but I know from the employer side, not having this as an option or as a tool that they could use. And again, not everybody is going to use a non-compete, but taking away a possible tool is very concerning for them.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Adam Halberg.
Hi, how are you?
Can you sit at the?
I would like to talk about this issue not being a political issue, so not sitting in front of the board.
I'm sorry, I've never had anyone do that, so.
I just know when there are two people sitting before the two cameras, those are for. If it's all right with you.
Let me just check. Hold on.
I only saw two.
I just don't want this group of people behind. Yeah, okay.
This one. Thanks so much. That didn't work in my 3 minutes, did it? You give me a green light. No. Hi, Senator Kushner, Rep. Hughes, Rep. Wilson, Rep. Weir, and everybody else who's missing. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Adam Halberg. I'm with Barcelona Wine Bar. We've got 5 restaurants around the state of Connecticut and a few others in other places, including in Washington, D.C., where legislation similar to what is our number today? Senate Bill 221 have recently gone into effect. I am proud to work in restaurants, been working in restaurants for more than 20 years. It is an incredible place where we can take people from very diverse backgrounds with no education, very low barrier of entry, take people from an entry-level position to great careers making over 6 figures in a very short period of time. I'm here, honestly, partly as a representative of Barcelona, but I'm more concerned with my fellow independent restaurateurs around the state. I'm more concerned with the employees that work all around the state and all around the country. You're being presented what I would call politics that is directly affecting people's income. It's affecting the income of people's income who work in restaurants. It's affecting the income of people who run and own restaurants. And the politics that's being played on this matter is not fair. Is it politics? There's a reason why I asked to move. That's an example of politics. Most of what you've heard earlier today is examples of politics. More restaurants have opened this year or last year in the United States than in Luxembourg. More restaurants have opened in China than in Luxembourg. Why are we comparing California with Connecticut? How is that useful? People who work in restaurants, who are tipped employees, not in all restaurants, people who work in all sorts of different levels of restaurants. In ours, typically make between $30 and $50 an hour. That's income. The people who have sat in this chair or up on the screen and have told you that this is the only industry that pays people differently than a full minimum wage have been dishonest with you. If we told Caldwell Baker and RE/MAX that all real estate brokers, all real estate agents had to go on salary instead of earning commissions, we would have far fewer people in that industry and they would make less money. We need to be honest with what we're talking about. You've been told that tips don't go down in states that have gotten rid of the tip credit. This is demonstrably false. This is interesting because I've spent a lot of time talking with the people from One Fair Wage and High Road Restaurants. Make no mistake, it's the same group. And they shared that same information with me. There were 2 different studies. And Rep. Hughes, I believe I shared this with you as well. The data that they're looking at came from a self-reporting survey that was put on CNBC that said people in California reported that they tipped higher than in other states. If you look at Toast, one of the largest POS providers in the country, which actually tracks transactions through the restaurants, They were very, very clear that California has the lowest tip average in the country. Why do people in California claim to tip more than they actually do is a experiment for a psychiatrist, not for me. The information that we're being given is piecemeal. You're being told that people who work in restaurants in Connecticut only make $20,000 a year. On one hand, you're being told that people who work in restaurants are making $30, $40, $50 an hour in Connecticut. How can both of these things be true?
Mr. Halberg, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Excellent, thank you. Simple, because one of them is referring to full-time employees or part-time employees, and the other one is tracking people's wages per hour. I told you this last year. 50% of our hourly team at our restaurants have a .edu email address. They don't want to work full-time. So if they're only working 2 days, two shifts a week, because that's what they want, their income is going to be less. It's going to appear to be less than the $32,000, $35,000 a year that would be there if they were making full-time, full minimum wage, but in fact, per hour, they're making more. So I'm here to ask you to stop playing politics with people's livelihood. The measure on the table will have people earning less, not more. Are there solutions around it?
Mr. Halberg, your
The
time.
answer is yes. Ask me about them. I'm happy to offer some solutions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
I have a comment and a question for you, but I'll indulge your invitation if you keep it brief. So could you offer some brief suggestions on how we could steer this legislation or no legislation at all, but how could we improve the situation in your opinion?
Definitely. I'll try to keep this very brief. Rep. Hughes, I shared this with you. This is being looked at currently as a potential edit to Initiative 82 in Washington, D.C. It's also being considered in Pennsylvania and other states. I challenge the state of Connecticut to be a leader on this instead of following. There have been complaints about a sub-minimum wage. Restaurants are required to true employees up to full minimum wage. And I know a lot of people are sick and tired of hearing restaurants say, but our employees actually make more. They actually make $30, $40 more per hour. The answer is easy. Require restaurants who take the tip credit to true people up to a super minimum wage. Require restaurants to true people up to $20 an hour. If you want to make it a percentage on top of minimum wage, then do that. Require restaurants to put our money where our mouth is. Happy to do it. And if you don't, the example that was given about Denny's, if you're looking at a low income, low check average establishment, it may make more sense for you just to pay full minimum wage and not take the tip credit. That's fine also. What this does is it enables those workers to be guaranteed the income. That's the only thing that's going to prevent people. The sexual harassment piece, great. I agree with Saru. We should make sexual harassment illegal. Awesome. Don't know how to do it. That's not my job. That's yours, but we should do it. But let's not kid ourselves that $15 an hour puts people in a comfortable place where they don't have to put up with it. It doesn't. So let's guarantee them a higher wage so that the tips don't matter, but allow the business model to stand. Let them earn as much as possible, which is what happens under the current model. But if you want to put a higher cap, a super minimum wage on the other side, I know a lot of full service restaurateurs who are good with that because we're not looking at a gigantic capital I industry here. The way that we're legislating for a fast food restaurant or Denny's should not be the way we're legislating for other types of restaurants. Simple solution, pretty easy to enact. There's a lot of concern about it being too difficult for restaurants to manage this all. Rep. Hughes, I mentioned this to you at all. Cool. Put the onus on restaurant technology companies. Put the onus on the payroll companies to require them to facilitate it, to make it easier. That's what we're all leaning on more and more anyway. Say, if you want to do business with restaurants in the state of Connecticut, you have to have paycheck transparency. We also have that better here than in a lot of other states. We already have it, but make it easy to do through the system. And you solve the problem. This is not an issue of it being too complex for restaurants, nor is it an issue of making it easier to hire people. We are back at the ability to hire people of pre-pandemic levels. The story that we have a mass exodus is old news that happened during the pandemic. I just opened 3 restaurants in the past 6 months. We hired 3 times the number of people we needed to. People are looking for good restaurant jobs right now.
All set. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Adam. Why would your proposal be better than a phase-in? I'm just curious in terms of
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
no,
talk,
it's
talk a
real-
little bit
really
about
easy,
that.
Because we're seeing the phase-in already happen in Washington DC. We have 2 restaurants in Washington DC. I invite you, if you would like, to come down to 14th Street where our restaurant is. The storefronts around us are empty. Restaurants are closing up shop and they're moving to Maryland and Virginia, where, by the way, and I know I mentioned this last year, most restaurant workers in Washington DC live, and they didn't have the chance to vote on their own compensation when Initiative 82 passed. Why is it better than the phase-in? The phase-in changes the basic economics of the game, right? If you move everybody up to remove the tip credit, whether you do it over 2 years or 5 years, what you're telling restaurants is that you have to take those tips and pool them in order to make your economics work. You have to put some of it in menu price, fine, and you have to spread the rest of the tips out that do come in amongst the team. I've talked to our team members, front of house, back of house, tipped and not tipped, in DC, in here in Connecticut, to make sure that they've got a voice in the conversation when we figure out what we do next. And they've been explicit that they don't want it, including the team in the back of house, who, even though they may earn more money, don't want the fluctuation of how many tips come in at different days of the week. That's not the lifestyle that they're used to. It is the lifestyle, again, for a college student who can come in and say, I want to pick up Saturday night, Sunday brunch. I want that, and then I want to go to school for the rest of my time. Changing it, it doesn't matter whether you phase it in over 2 years or you phase it in over 5 years. There's a lot of people in Washington, DC right now who are trying to rip the Band-Aid off. It was supposed to be a 5-year process, and they want to make it a 1.5 to 2 year process because the gradual change in system can be too difficult for people in order to manage. But the end game is the same. And the end game, Rep. Hughes, is that people will have a cap on how much they can earn. They will earn less because restaurants will be required to distribute those tips differently, or they'll attempt to put service charges on, which is what 90% of restaurants in Washington, DC have done, making them exorbitantly expensive. And given Sticker Shock, we've not done this. And we know that those service charges are currently under scrutiny by the FTC and by the folks who were sitting behind me. If you go to the One Fair Wage page, it gives service charges as an answer for how to balance your books. And yet the same organization actively lobbied against service charges in Washington, DC with their attorney general.
And finally, I know that we talked a lot this morning about how many customers don't understand that people are getting paid sub-minimum wage. I know in your restaurants, they're getting more than minimum wage, and that's great. And I'm curious as to why you feel like this would harm the restaurants like Barcelona that's already doing, you know, an equitable practice. Tell me why you think
So a
that'll
couple of
harm.
things. One, and thank you for the question. I would dispute the idea that people don't know about tip minimum wage. If you look at the career path of most Americans, and there may be other people in the room that have this number better, but a significant portion, a majority of Americans at some point in their life work in hospitality. It's the second largest employer of people in this country outside of the government. Most people have been in restaurants, in hotels, in hospitality jobs. They've earned the tips themselves in their younger time. They know it. And I would dispute the idea that people don't know that that's how tipping works. There may be some. I'm not going to pretend to know everybody, but the mythology that people are completely unaware, I don't think that's accurate. Happy to put it somewhere if we need a sign that says, here's how it works. I don't think that's appealing to people. I think I showed you last year a check that came out of a restaurant in Minneapolis where they actually hand out a pie graph with every bill to show you where your service charge is going. I don't know that that enhances the experience, but if it's helpful to make it more clear to people, we're happy to make it more clear. But I would dispute the idea that most people don't know that a tip minimum wage exists.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sally Greenblatt. Sally,
if you can unmute yourself.
Great. Can you hear me?
We cannot see you, and that's okay. But if you want to turn on your camera, we'll be able to see you too. Now we can't hear you though. You did. No, you're muted again.
All right. How's that?
That's good.
Okay. I'm going to start my video as well. Good afternoon. My name is Sally Greenberg. I'm CEO of the National Consumers League, and good afternoon to members of the Committee on Labor and Public Employees. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to urge the inclusion of ending the sub-minimum wage for tip workers in SB 221. The sub-minimum wage for tip workers is just $6.38 an hour in the state of Connecticut. I speak as a former waitress who worked in 3 different restaurants when I was in college and law school, including IHOP. And I can testify personally that relying on tips and not a minimum wage to survive is an untenable way to live. The sub-minimum wage, as you've heard, is a direct legacy of slavery, and ending this practice will positively affect the overall restaurant industry of over 113 workers in the state of Connecticut. My organization here in Washington, D.C. Supported Initiative 82 to phase in the full minimum wage. And in fact, I live and work here in D.C., and I go out to eat 5-6 times a week for lunches and dinners. I've noticed that especially on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, our restaurants are packed and buzzing, and people are willing to tip on top of a fair wage. Now, we are phasing in, so the wage is now $8 an hour, set to go to 10. But in fact, more restaurants, as you've heard, applied for licenses from the previous year since Initiative 82 went into effect. Any problems or confusion that has occurred as we implement the new law here in DC is really caused by a restaurant industry adding a mysterious service fees or other costs without informing consumers what those fees are being used for. However, there's an important agreement between our Attorney General here in DC and the restaurant industry in the district that has clarified how restaurants imposing those fees, how they are spending that money, and that they must go to workers if they're called service fees. As a matter of principle, no other industry has been allowed to pay less than minimum wage to workers for so many years, and the tip credit has been, well, a license to cheat workers and not pay them a minimum wage. SB 221 will help address that inequity. The restaurant industry, in our view, needs to modernize and pay at least the full minimum wage with tips on top. I know that the restaurant industry has not fully recovered from the pandemic, but we know that in Connecticut, many workers, as in other places around the country, many workers left the industry and haven't returned, not because simply because of the pandemic, but and a worker shortage, but in fact, a wage shortage because they could make better wages elsewhere. We believe that the industry in Connecticut needs to stop basing its business strategy on a 150-year-old system that, once again, is a direct legacy of slavery, and join the District of Columbia and the other 7 states that pay the full minimum wage. No other industry, once again, has been allowed to pay less than the minimum wage, and that needs to end. So states that pay tip workers the full minimum wage with tips on top are reporting higher sales, employment growth rates, and tipping averages higher than in states like Connecticut, which have not quite caught up. So tip workers, in our view, need and deserve to be paid at least the full minimum wage. It's time for SB 221 to move forward. Thank you again for taking the time to hear our testimony. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Weir.
And thank you for your testimony. And through you, Madam Chair, I recognize obviously that you worked in the restaurant industry and that you currently live and work in DC. What is the interest of yours in Connecticut? Why the interest in changing the policy up here from Washington, D.C. through you, Madam
Well,
Chair?
we're a national organization. And I have some personal experience, both as a waitress and as somebody who enjoys going out to restaurants and has seen that the changes that are predicted, the draconian changes that might come about as a result of adopting one fair wage haven't hit the District of Columbia in the way that's been described. So once again, we are a national, both consumer and worker rights organization, and it's important to us that we serve the interest of consumers and workers across the country.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none?
I do, hold on. I have a question. My hand's up.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Representative Yakarino. I did not see it. I will try and pay closer attention to the.
That's fine. I guess my fault for not being there, but thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question, then I have a statement to Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
So I listened to your testimony and you said you go around this country, workers are, I guess, complaining. They're not making the fair wage. Again, I said it earlier. I've never heard it in Connecticut. Could you give me some examples in Connecticut of people saying, I can't take it any longer. I'm being treated, so I don't make enough money, but I can't find a job.
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Vaccarino. As a former server and waitress, it's one of those questions that you don't want to necessarily answer if your boss is nearby. But when you talk to people outside of the work environment, they will, I think, tell you it's very hard to live on the sub-minimum wage and then rely on tips. It's a very untenable way to make a living and to raise a family and to pay your bills. I experienced it personally, and I think if you get people out of that environment and ask them what life is like when you're trying to, meet all of those costs, it's very challenging. Oftentimes, you'll get a pay stub that will be reduced to almost nothing when you take out for all kinds of extra costs and taxes and fees. And you're relying solely on your tips and relying on the whims of customers. It's a very hard way to go. That was my experience, and I don't think I would be having a conversation inside the restaurant. But I think if you you sit with workers who rely on tips and a sub-minimum wage, they will tell you they are not six-figure people for the most part. There's an elite group, I think, of bartenders and others at high-end, very expensive restaurants who may be able to reach a six-figure income. That's very rare. Mostly it's a very difficult profession to make a decent living in.
I apologize you had to go through that. I'm friends with quite a few, and my kids all work through high school and college at restaurants, and they've never complained to me. And I'm friends with quite a few waitresses, bartenders, and waiters that they're teachers, but they do part-time, and they actually love their job. But listen, I'm sorry that happened to you. I will say to the committee and to everybody that's testifying, I think it's so disrespectful that you're saying this is a legacy of slavery. Slavery, people were enslaved. They were murdered. They were separated from their families. It's a horrible correlation. I think you should rethink that. Slavery should never happen again. And you're comparing being a waiter or waitress to slavery. Your organization is, and that's disgraceful. People, their lives were ruined for 150, 200 years. I think you should rethink saying that. It's not a legacy. Slavery was horrific and it will never happen again. But being a waiter or waitress getting paid is not slavery.
Yeah,
That's all I have to say.
I'm not talking about the business of being a waiter or waitress. What we're noting is the concept of not getting a wage at all and relying on tips is a holdover from the days of slavery. So no,
you do get a wage. That's a horrible correlation. It's disrespectful. I'm sorry. I feel really strong about this.
I'm sorry to we disagree.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
All set. Representative Vaccarino?
I apologize, but to me, it's so disrespectful to comparing a waiter or waitress to being enslaved.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Diana Staley.
Good afternoon. I submitted some testimony last year in writing to the committee, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Diana Staley, and I'm president of the Restaurant Trade Association, a national restaurant association dedicated to the recovery of independent restaurants following the COVID pandemic, the health, happiness, and well-being of restaurants and hospitality employees across the country, and the customers and communities they served. I grew up in Connecticut, and I'm a former professional athlete, gold and bronze medalist. I attended Choate and Harvard, and I'm currently in a special program at the Harvard Law School. Before that, I was an executive at United Technologies, where my last assignment was running a division that put the stealth coating on the B-2 bomber and the insulation on the solid rocket booster of the space shuttle. I have experience dealing with labor issues at a large corporation and restaurants, as I have been a Connecticut restaurant owner since 2005 with my brother Paul, who's also a well-known chef and former apprentice to Jacques Pepin. The restaurant industry will contribute almost $1 trillion to the U.S. economy in 2024. As one of the largest private sector employers in America, 1 in 10 Americans work in the restaurant industry. Let that sink in. The COVID pandemic decimated our industry. Every town, city, and state across America, more than 100,000 restaurants closed. As the COVID pandemic raged across the country, state governments mandated the closure of restaurants, and the pandemic caused staggering financial losses of more than $205 billion. In all, 5.7 million jobs were lost. Life savings were wiped out. People lost their businesses, their homes, everything. Let's review the massive size of the restaurant industry. About 15.5 million people work in our industry. Nearly 600,000 restaurants, and a segment valuation about $653 billion. Restaurants account for 4% of GDP. But here's an interesting fact you may not know. 70% of restaurants are single unit, family-owned restaurants. Uniquely, our industry employs Americans using U.S. products to create a fantastic dining experience for customers. Restaurants impact commerce at every level, in every community. Tourism, employment, farming, suppliers, manufacturing, salespeople, technology, marketing, banking, insurance, delivery, trucking, and the airlines. The list goes on and on. The restaurant industry is also one of the biggest employers of minorities, women, and young people, where employment does not require advanced schooling or lengthy training. Restaurant jobs are often part-time, offering flexibility to students, single mothers, housewives, or second jobs with schedules that match an employee's time availability and their lifestyle.
Ms. Staley, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Let's turn to wages. There is no sub-minimum wage in the restaurant industry, and to label it as such shows a complete lack of knowledge and understanding of our industry and what servers and bartenders as tipped wage employees actually earn. 80% of owners, 90% of managers started as entry-level employees. The adoption of one wage will result in lower, not higher wages to service employees. This bill makes no sense, nor does it solve a specific problem in the restaurant industry. Take a survey of any restaurant, and ask bartenders and servers if they want to do away with the tip wage. And the answer will be emphatically no. Anecdotally, my brother was recounting to me at
Ms.
his very
Staley,
first job.
your time is up. The legislators can ask questions when you are done.
This was back in 1988. And he said that the servers make on average over $100,000 a year.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony, and I don't really have a question that's coming. I will just recount a couple of personal experiences. My wife, when we were early married, she had a full-time job and did some, you bring up some interesting thoughts that I had not considered before. So she, worked in a banquet hall, and that helped us add to our savings as we were trying to afford a house. So I remember we were both working during the day, and a few nights a week she picked up shifts. And currently my daughter is a sophomore in college and is working 2 or 3 nights a week at a local restaurant. And it's just, I don't know that it will be a career at this point. It's she's doing it because it's flexible and it works around her schedule. But I appreciate you bringing that up. And I do recall, during COVID with the restaurants being shut down, that first time in May when we were able to go back out and patronize the restaurants, we appreciated so much. And I recognize many probably don't even know half of the challenges that the restaurants suffered through, a lot with the government mandates and with the shutdown. But I'm happy to have them back. Was happy to have that first time out. And again, thank you for sharing that testimony.
Can I respond?
Sure.
There is a great deal of data, as you heard in my testimony. There is so much data here. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. Frankly, I used to be one. There's so much data here, and you don't need an outside hired gun to come in here and jam down our throats something that maybe they think is working in other states. And I've heard some testimony here today that's saying, oh, well, gee, there's a correlation between restaurant small business growth rates and employee wages. The fact that there are more restaurants has really nothing to do with wages. And there really isn't a wage problem. Servers and bartenders earn an hourly rate and tips. It's a simple calculation. The 80-20 rule has been around for a very long time. There's no difficulty for restaurants to comply with these regulations. You've heard this, oh, well, there's difficulty to comply. No, there isn't. There's no difficulty to comply. It's not difficult. We're not stupid. And the restaurant industry is the second largest private sector employer in America. We know what we're doing. We don't need to be micromanaged. These employees, if you ask them, if you had a testimony here and you invited restaurant workers in here, they're going to tell you, hey, I make X dollars an hour if I calculate it out. They are earning, yes, the way it's structured, but at the end of the day, their hourly rate is $50, $70, $90 an hour. Where are you going to get a job at that rate of pay with no higher education? You tell me. Because you're not. And the flexibility of this type of work is fabulous. College students, high school students, few days a week, full-time, part-time. Oh, can you work this week? Oh, I can't. I have a school project. Okay, no problem. We'll get somebody else. It's very flexible. And that's the attraction, like with your children. That's the attraction to the industry. And there was another point earlier about the number of people and not really that the public doesn't understand the tipped wage concept. Trust me, it's been around for decades. More than 63% of Americans had their first job working in a restaurant. They know what it is. They know what it has been, and they enjoyed it. Some stay in the industry, as you heard in my testimony. 80 or 90% of managers and restaurant owners started at an entry-level job in a restaurant. It's an incredible rate, incredible percentage.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any other hands or questions.
Thanks for having me.
Before I call the next witness, I do want to make one comment. This morning I was at a press conference and I stated that I thought very few people knew what the tipped minimum wage is. And that's different than saying they don't know that there's a tipped minimum wage. And I want to be clear, I worked in a restaurant when I was young. And until I came to the legislature, I had no idea what the tipped minimum wage is in Connecticut. So I just want to be clear for the record, that's a different statement than saying people are unaware of the tip system. Thank you. Next up, we have Costanza Segovia.
Thank you, Senator Kushner and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Constanza Segovia, and I am a resident of Hartford. I'm a member of Hartford Deportation Defense, and we are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I am here to testify in favor of SB 221, the bill that many are discussing today to phase in the implementation of one fair wage plus tips for the 113,000 employees who work at restaurants in Connecticut. Having worked in a restaurant or in a few restaurants for 10 years, relying on tips to make ends meet, I ask you to please consider the simple question. Why are we letting ourselves believe that it's okay to have folks in certain industries only have or not have access to a guaranteed minimum wage that is on par with everybody else? That feels like a simple question. Restaurant work is hard work, just as hard as any work that we know is hard. And folks should not have to wonder whether they are able to bring money home after a long shift because they don't have a guaranteed income. Everybody should at least know that they can walk away with a minimum wage, which, by the way, we know is not enough by the current cost of living standards in our state. So the fact that there's tips on top is very essential to this as well. I sent in my written testimony, and I would like, because I spent much of my life working in restaurants, and I actually come from a family who owned restaurants, I want to share, respond to some of the comments that I've been hearing during this hearing. First of all, who are we talking about, right? Like, we understand that a lot of the folks waiting on tables that are especially, and the people that are being referenced during today's hearing by people who are in opposition to this bill are the college student or the person who, is trying to save money for a house and picked up a couple of waitressing shifts or shifts in a restaurant a couple of nights a week, right? That is great. I'm glad that those folks have been able to get access to supplementing their income in that way. The person I am more concerned with is the single mother who is actually working at a restaurant full-time and needs to leave her kids with a babysitter to work that night shift, and needs to know that she's going to make enough time in that shift, enough money in that shift to be able to cover at least the babysitter, never mind to pay rent and to pay all the bills and feed her kids, right? I'm talking about my sister, who until recently was working full-time at a diner. It was not Denny's, but it was a local diner where, everybody knows how much it costs to go to a diner. You cannot just easily live on the tips, even if people are super generous. You can just not live on the tips from those checks.
Ms. Segovia, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. So I just really want to bring home that point that we are talking about just the baseline being fair. And we need to be thinking of those workers who are working full-time in restaurants that are doing very skilled work. I've heard a lot of people say that this does not require a college degree. Restaurant work is highly skilled work, and it's to be respected, at least by the current standard of the minimum wage, which again is not enough to cover cost of living in the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have one question, because there's been, I guess I'd just like to know anecdotally from your own experience, was there ever a time during a week or a shift that you did not earn the minimum wage? And if that happened to you, did you go to your employer and ask for the minimum wage?
So yes, that happened definitely many times. I remember for years, and I'm talking, like 8 years, I worked full-time at a restaurant, and I would work the double shift on Sundays. And sometimes those Sundays, I would have one table come in. And this was a restaurant that, again, it was not a diner. It was, a high-end Italian restaurant in the suburbs where, I could make decent money on a Saturday night. Like, I could make decent money on a Friday night or on a busy shift. But many, many times over the year, I would work a double shift, and, that would be like 12 hours on my feet. And I would have, for the whole lunch, early afternoon, maybe one table, which if you break down the tips from that. And this, again, like, it would not be a rare occurrence. This would happen often. And that happens in restaurants, right? And you also have to consider, this is something, again, I don't know if we're hearing enough from people who are actually working in restaurants. We're hearing a lot from restaurant owners, but what happens is that even on the busy nights, you just have more staff, right? Because that's what you need to do to operate the night efficiently. And, I'm glad, as a restaurant goer, I'm glad that, to see when a busy night is fully staffed. But what happens is that then the tips are not as great, right? Because, like, you can actually, you end up making less money when there's more waiters on a shift. And again, this goes back to just not having a guaranteed base that you can just build on with the tips.
So my question is, did you ever go to your employer and
Oh,
ask them to
sorry.
supplement for the minimum wage?
I had no idea that that was an option. Like I said, I worked in that industry for 10 years and I didn't know, I knew that the bartenders made more per hour. And for a long time, I was a bus person, and also I made the bartender wage for that period of time. And I also worked in catering and I made more. But as a waiter or waitress, I did not know that I could have gone and asked. And I mean, I also, nobody knew that that was an option at all.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. That's it for today. Let me go to the next person on the list, James Murray. James Murray, are you on remotely? I don't see him here, so we'll go to the next person on the list, Betty McCrone. Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Hello, Senator Kushner. It's really great to be here with all of you today. My name is Betty Marcon, and I'm speaking on behalf of Senate Bill 221, and I am the New England Community Manager for High Road Restaurants. I've spent my entire career, 35 years, in the food service industry. I recently moved to New England from San Francisco, where I had owned and operated 2 very successful restaurants for 10 years, and later worked as a controller for some of San Francisco's most prestigious restaurants. I'm here with some good news. Paying tipped workers a full minimum wage with tips on top does not pose an existential threat to restaurants in Connecticut. It will not make tips go away. It will not cause restaurants to close en masse. And in fact, it can only benefit the restaurant industry and its workers and the economy as a whole. I know this because in California, when I operated my restaurants and handled the finances of other restaurants, I had never heard of the tip minimum wage. It just isn't part of the calculus that restaurant owners are faced with in California. As a restaurant operator and controller for fine dining and fast casual restaurants, we paid our workers the prevailing full minimum wage, and we thrived. Tip pools made it possible for tips to be distributed throughout the house, giving everyone the opportunity to benefit. California's restaurant industry is thriving, with higher rates of job growth and lower incidents of sexual harassment. California has a projected job growth in the restaurant sector over the next 7 years of 12.5%, while Connecticut's job growth projection is 7.9%. Those statistics come from the National Restaurant Association. After the pandemic, the industry saw 6 million jobs disappear overnight. According to the Pew Research Center, it took longer for restaurants to recover than any other industry in the U.S. Our lifelong professionals left for industries that provided higher and more stable wages, better healthcare, better pathways for advancement, and better culture. Restaurant workers were fed up with relying on the whims of customers for their wages. They were fed up with putting up with harassment from customers just because they needed the tip to make ends meet. The opposition will tell you that doing away with the subminimum wage will mean the tips will go down. I'm not sure where that reasoning comes from. Perhaps the opposition will have you believe that customers tip based on what they believe is the server's pre-tip wage. Well, that's not why customers tip. According to the Pew Research Center report published in November of 2023, 75% of customers state they tip based on quality of service, period. The very subjective measure, which is not likely to change. The opposition will tell you that Connecticut is different because a large percentage of restaurants here are independent, implying that these restaurants are small operators. But the truth is that a majority of the independents are multi-unit restaurant groups. And I know that they are financially better equipped to make this transition than they would like you to think.
Ms. McCron, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay. I am here to tell you this. The sky will not fall if Connecticut transitions to paying a full minimum wage with tips on top for tipped workers. It will allow all workers to benefit, and the restaurant industry will become more equitable and help professionalize an industry that needs a makeover.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any
questions?
Questions? Representative Weir.
I have a brief couple of questions. I just hope you can, we're here to understand this, the issue and to try to develop good legislation and good policy or not. So as I see it, the current wage is $6.38, and that's paid by the employer. I just want you to validate my questions, okay?
Yeah.
And the tips are, based on performance, generally speaking, as I see it, and that is paid for by the customer. So the concern that I've heard people mention and that I share doesn't mean it's an absolute, but if we're thinking about what could go wrong here, if the employer, let's just say the tips remain where they are, if the employer is now bringing that $6.38 up to $15.69 and indexed.
Correct. Yeah.
That's a cost to the employer, phased in or immediate, depending on how we do it.
Sure.
And so I think the concern is that we're going to see an immediate, one of the concerns, but just using that one example, that we're going to see an immediate rise in costs of menu prices.
That's possible.
Okay, so and the concern there that I've heard is that higher menu prices mean less people are willing to come out to dinner, and now we've legislated an issue that has affected the business owners, potentially the consumer, and ultimately the employee as well. So I just want to tell you, we want to be cautious with that, right? I mean, we're not taking it lightly.
There's a lot that's involved in the calculus of adding this additional cost to the restaurant owner. Big part of that calculus is adjusting menu prices. Some of the larger restaurant groups can afford to do that at an incremental rate. They don't need to add 40% to their menus. I think that's a little bit of the sky is falling. I have to add 40% to my menu price. There are lots of other ways that restaurant owners can make adjustments and pivot and recoup the cost of that. One of the things that I'd really like to make a point about here is that what we're talking about is a restaurant. I am so excited by what Diane said about how important it is that, this is an industry that takes in people, that teaches people how to work. This is such a great industry, but it's also very broken. There is a culture problem. And part of that culture is that a group of people rely on the customer for their wages in a way that makes them have to deal with the power struggle. What we're working at, in the state of California, when we don't have that, servers are less likely to experience or tolerate sexual harassment or the need to kowtow to the customer in order to get a good tip. Lower my mask so you can, tip me better. In California, they don't have to worry about that because they will receive the full minimum wage. Now, I know there is a conversation about service charges to be honest with you, the best model is one in which the tip pool is distributed evenly, right? So I think it's a real weird fallacy to think that when you're paying people more money, that they're actually making less. Because that's kind of their argument, is that if you pay them full minimum wage, they'll be making less. That's actually not true, because the amount will be spread in a more equal and, in an equal way, and create a better culture all around. I mean, everyone who has worked in the restaurant industry knows about the intense drama between the front of the house and the back of the house. There is this thing that goes on, and it happens because these folks make money one way and these folks make money a different way. And if we can make it into a situation where these two groups have more equality in terms of their pay, we're in a better situation. I'm talking, my commitment as a restaurant consultant, which is what I do, is to make sure that restaurants are just a better place to work. And they're a better place to work when these people work as a team. And they work better as a team when they don't have this pay inequity. And that's what we're talking about.
Again, having never worked in a restaurant, but having a daughter who does, I won't speak to your level of expertise, but I think, back of the house, front of the house, there are many different businesses that have different jobs, I'm a small business owner myself, so we have, in my history, people have different roles to play.
Of course, they have different roles, but they don't have like a whole different set of like ways to manage. Like, in the front of the house, they have the customer, and they have to make sure the customer is taken care of. The back of the house has a concern of making sure that the food is good and safe and healthy.
Yep.
And their whole way of thinking is different than this whole way of thinking.
And I could give you an example of the company I was in was construction. We have a sales department that's paid with base plus the commission on the sales side. And then you've got the production side, and Lord help the person who cut the piece of, on the production side, who upset the customer, who messed it up for the sales guy. So that tension exists in many different industries, I think.
I understand. And their pay is not reliant on it necessarily.
Oh, I think it is.
And the sales, okay.
Sales side
okay,
absolutely is. That customer stops calling, there's your sale.
Right.
You've got to go find a new customer.
Okay.
So I
I'll take
appreciate the
that.
dialogue. We're going to proceed very cautiously. I always wonder how we can mess things up here by creating legislation. That's my worry. So I'm going to be very cautious on this and look forward to hearing future testimony, and thank you for indulging.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go on to James Burke, number 17.
Greetings, committee members. My name is James Burke. I'm the operations manager at Working Families Power. I'm here today in support of SB 221 and not concerning gratuities as part of the minimum fair wage. I worked as a server from about 2011 to 14 at various restaurants in southeastern Connecticut, including in Mystic, where business greatly fluctuates seasonally. Oftentimes, I would work the opening shift, preparing for the dinner service for about an hour and a half, not seeing any guests or receiving any tips. Despite this, my paycheck never reflected any change in my wage during these times, far out of compliance with the current 80-20 rule. On days of extreme weather or simply slow lunch services in the off-season, I would oftentimes leave with tips that fell far short of the minimum wage when combined with my sub-minimum tip wage. We've heard today and also in this hearing last year about how state and federal agencies largely don't have the ability to enforce these regulations on sub-minimum wages. With many workers across the state leaving their shifts without the wage they deserve to feed, house, and clothe their families. Sure, many weekends, Valentine's Day dinners, and summer lunches when outdoor seating was available were quite lucrative in the early days of my career. But I struggled with the financial unpredictability of being paid out in cash for tips at the end of every shift, with the biweekly paycheck rarely accounting for more than a half tank of gas. As a young person starting my career, this was an annoyance. Today, as a father and a homeowner, it would be financially debilitating. So before I read my written conclusion, I just want to respond specifically to Ms. Staley, who said that, for example, on the 80-20 rule, she said it isn't difficult to comply and we're not stupid. I agree. I don't think they're stupid. I think that the restaurant owners and operators are largely greedy and oftentimes intentional in their wanting to keep labor costs down. I have multiple occasions specifically asked about the 80-20 rule and the subminimum wage and was never given a favorable answer, and oftentimes met with retaliation, losing some of the not being put on the schedule for as many shifts or the more lucrative shifts as a response by simply asking my employer about the current law in the books. So in terms of, fighting the narrative that folks don't know, our operators, I'm sure there are many fair and honest restaurant owners, but as of now, there's no enforcement. So why wouldn't they go and try to bleed every dollar out of their workers as they can? So anywho, I'm sure you'll hear more today from folks in various associations who are going to claim that this policy will bring impending doom and end small business as we know it. I just hope you remember that these are the same interests that made these claims about our minimum wage and paid family leave. 5 years later, I can't imagine what my community would be like if my neighbors continued to make $10.10 per hour. And I can't imagine my next door neighbor heading back to work the day after his first child was born, and where in reality now he was able to take 12 weeks paid. And I hope soon we won't be able to imagine what it was like when any worker, tipped or not, goes home without knowing that their paycheck will at least include the state's minimum wage for their labor. Thank you, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments or questions? Thank you for being here today. Next up, we have Roger Senserich. Roger. Okay, we can't hear you. I see you're unmuted, but, oh, there you are.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanders, members of the Public Employees. My name is Roger Senserich. I serve as the policy.
We're having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if you can move closer to, try that.
Let me.
That's better.
This is better?
Oh, yes.
Okay, let me start over then. My name is Roger Senserich. Well, thanks. First of all, thanks, Representative Sanchez, Senator Kushner, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Roger Senserich, and I serve as the Policy and Communications Director for Connecticut Working Families Power. I'm here today to express our strong support for SB 221, the One Fair Wage Bill, a critical piece of legislation that seeks to ensure a fair and equitable wage for all workers in Connecticut. The reality for tip workers under the current system is one of constant financial anxiety. Imagine that you go to work every week not knowing how much you're going to make. You don't know if you're going to have enough to pay rent. You don't know if a couple of weeks of bad weather, a couple of rainy weeks, a rainy spring like we had last year, means that you're going to fall behind in your credit card bills, in your car payments, in your student loans. And imagine that that's constant because it's simply you depend on how many customers you get. It depends on what are the mood of the customers, if they are mad about something, if you can lose this and you're getting less tips this week. If, the Yankees are not doing well this year, you're getting less traffic. This is, I think my cat attacking me while I'm testifying, I'm sorry. So it generates a huge amount of distress, a huge amount of pressure on those families. And this is mainly because we have allowed this system of tip wages that leaves workers really vulnerable and really dependent to how, with very variable incomes from one week to the other. There is a fix for that, and the fix is basically having a minimum wage that it's the same for everyone. And having workers know that at least they have that backstop, that they know how much they are going to be making, that they know that at least the minimum wage it's not close enough to a full living wage, but at least it's something that it's predictable and stable enough that they know what they are going to be doing. They know how what they are going to be looking. Some other people that have testified before me, this doesn't mean an end to tipping, and it doesn't mean that workers and bartenders and waiters that are working in high-end restaurants are going to stop getting tips and stop getting these incomes that they get when they work for places that they get generous tips. Tipping is still going to be legal, and the experience of other states, as people have said before me, shows that people keep tipping. We have polling data as well from New York that came out just last year, that tip workers want it. It's not a matter of it's if you ask workers, you poll workers, support for having a one fair wage, it's above 90%. So this is a bill that it's popular. It's a bill that will help families be on much firmer ground. It helps the stability of families. It helps people be more resilient. And we know that the impact on businesses is very limited, as we have seen in other states. Thanks for your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Thank you very much for your testimony today. Next up, we have Scott Dolch.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Wilson, Representative Hughes, Representative Weir, and other members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee that could be online listening in. My name is Scott Dolch. I'm the president and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. On behalf of Connecticut's 8,600 restaurants and food service establishments and more than 140,000 employees within our industry, I'm here to express opposition to Senate Bill 221, an act concerning gratuities as part of the minimum fair wage. Connecticut's restaurants deeply value and prioritize the well-being of our employees. We recognize their hard work, dedication, and contribution. Our industry takes pride in providing a supportive and nurturing environment for a diverse workforce as people from all walks of life choose to work in restaurants for their flexible hours, competitive pay, opportunity for career advancement. It is critically important that members of the General Assembly, members of the General Assembly in this committee understand there is no such thing as a sub-minimum wage. I know it's been talked about a lot in this hearing, but I want to make sure there's also on the record and getting clear that every server and bartender in the state of Connecticut is guaranteed to make $15.69 per hour. And this minimum rarely comes into play because the reality is these employees are some of the highest paid in our industry. Last year, I sat here and we ran a survey of over 200 restaurants in Connecticut, asking them about this bill and asking them about their service employees. The results came back emphatic that they were obviously in opposition, and the average server in Connecticut was making $33 an hour and the average bartender was making $38 an hour. That's the tip credit plus their tips. Both of those figures are more than double the minimum wage. Even with these results, proponents of the bill have argued that we need to hear from the service employees. We need to hear from them directly. And as the head of the association, I took that to heart. And this morning, we were able to release new data as a survey that was conducted over the last 10 days contained 446 servers and bartenders in Connecticut. The results show that our service industry is overwhelmingly opposed to Senate Bill 221. Here are some just quick highlights. 96% of those surveyed are in favor of the current tip credit system. 95% of those surveyed feel that servers and bartenders will earn less money and less income if this bill were to pass. 91% of those surveyed already earn over $20 an hour, and 61% earn over $30 an hour. And one of my favorite pieces of this, 55% of those surveyed have been working in our industry for 10 or more years. In summary, this bill will negatively impact the very people that it's trying to help. The current system works, and it works for both employers and employees. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Scott, for your testimony. Just with your role in this industry as the head of the association, do you have, we've had testimony earlier today that talked about comparing Connecticut to other states, California. California in particular was raised a couple of times. Do you have counterparts, or do you have, I mean, there must be another restaurant organization that maintains data to compare Connecticut to California and the tip credit, and can you weigh in on that briefly?
No, it's a great question, Representative Weir. Obviously, as the committee hopefully knows, there's 52 state restaurant associations when you count DC and Puerto Rico. There's CEOs in all of those states and this in the district, and obviously in Puerto Rico, I am close with all of them, as you can imagine, throughout COVID and the challenges that our industry faced. And going through these challenging issues specifically to this, I think some comments that were made earlier, and I actually think Adam did a really good job on the California piece, continued to be driven home that California is a higher tipping state than Connecticut, which is absolutely false. It's not coming from the National Restaurant Association. It's not coming from the Connecticut Restaurant Association or even California Restaurant Association. It's coming from Toast, which is a platform that shows it's the worst tipping state in the country. Nearly 17%. We are in the top 10. I believe we're like 19.14. Still obviously would love it to get it up higher and be one of the best. But at the same time, I think that messaging about trying to compare us to California, Representative, is also, something that I don't think that this bill should be talked about. Obviously, California has been over 30 years since they haven't had a tip credit. It has not happened in recent memory, where their wages are and everything else. This is a conversation more, I think Washington, D.C. was brought up a little bit. Obviously, that happened more recently in Initiative 82. I know many talked about that a little bit as well. I talked with Sean Townsend, who's the CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, former CEO Kathy Hollinger, and I had many conversations with that initiative and understand the real data. I believe One Fair Wage talked about DC is thriving. It's actually not the truth. Some of the numbers are being skewed, and I have data here today that is showing the full service restaurant segment in DC lost 1,100 jobs since the implementation of Initiative 82. Full service restaurant employment in the DC suburbs rose in recent months. Why is that? Obviously, I grew up in the DMV and know that, when they've eliminated the tip credit, I think someone mentioned 73% of restaurants in the district, they haven't even gone to a full, I know Representative Hughes talked about this, haven't even gone to a full elimination of the credit yet. And over 73% have already gone to a service charge. Taking away the model that I know was just talked about that thinks it's going to be shared. Well, where does that hurt? That hurts that server, that bartender that's receiving those full tips. And what they're doing is they're flocking outside of the district and they're going into Prince George's County and they're going into Alexandria for jobs. And that's what the data shows. It's not something that I'm saying. It's not something national is saying, and the employment is continuing to rise. And also what you're seeing in the district is chains. And I think Denny's was brought up a little bit on this conversation. And I think that's disheartening for us. I'll give a stat here that wasn't in my testimony, but it's an amazing stat about Connecticut. And I love what I do. 97% of our full service restaurants in Connecticut are independently owned. I say that again, 97%. We're the #1 state per capita in the country for full service independent restaurants. It's an incredible stat. It's also a scary stat in my job because it is still the one sector of our industry that is struggling the most to recover from this pandemic. And the data from DC is showing that they're losing one full service independent restaurant a week since Initiative 82 took hold. That is something I do not want for our state. That's why I'm still opposed to this conversation, opposed to this bill, because I don't think it's something that will actually help our industry. It's not going to help our owners, Representative. I know you brought that up. And also, I took to heart being here last year that we want to hear from the employees and I feel like they spoke loud and clear with our survey today. 96% on almost 500 responses in less than a week. Pretty incredible. And the data also, people like to say it's full service people that make more. Over 50%, actually 50% were from casual restaurants, 28% were from brew pubs and pubs. Only I think 20% were actually from fine dining that took that survey. So again, trying to give clarity to this committee on what's really going on in our industry and hopeful that this committee does not take up this bill.
Any comments or questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Keith Below. I'm not sure I pronounced your name right. I'm sure I did not. You can. I'm sure you'll correct it.
It's Beaulieu. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Keith Beaulieu, and I am the owner of the Main Pub in Manchester, and also the chairman of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 221. As a small business owner and restaurateur in Connecticut, I'm deeply concerned about the potential impact this policy will have on my business, my employees, and my customers. I'm concerned because I have a deep firsthand understanding of Connecticut's restaurant industry. Growing up, I watched firsthand as my parents slowly transformed a small tavern in Manchester that originally could only serve beer into a thriving restaurant with great food, live music, and a committed base of customers. After more than 4 decades in business, the Main Pub is the longest running family-owned restaurant in Manchester and has become a staple of our local community and region. We usually employ between 35 and 40 people, individuals who we deeply value and respect as employees and members of the Main Pub family. On average, our servers currently make approximately $29 per hour, and our bartenders make approximately $31 per hour. Those hourly averages include the current tip credit plus tips. If the bill under consideration becomes law, my average annual payroll would increase more than $140,000. This is an unimaginable cost increase for a small business that has worked for decades to keep its doors open, serve its customers well, and keep dozens of fellow Connecticut restaurants employed year in and year out. In order to keep my business afloat, my only option would be to apply service charge to customers' checks to cover the increase in payroll costs, something I absolutely do not want to do because I know most of our customers have also struggled throughout the pandemic and are working to get back to normal just as we have. I'm also concerned that the implementation of one fair wage and the removal of the tip credit will make it harder for small businesses like mine to compete with the larger chains. Larger chains can more easily absorb these substantial payroll costs this bill will cause, giving them an increased competitive edge. This imbalance will hurt small businesses and could lead to further consolidation in the restaurant industry, meaning Connecticut customers will have less choice in where they dine and will miss out on the unique culinary experiences that Connecticut restaurants now offer. I understand that the objective of this policy is to address income inequality, which is a laudable goal. The fact is, however, this bill will have unintended consequences that will hurt my employees. Many of my servers currently earn a significant portion of their income through their tips, and removing the tip credit will mean that they will lose out on these wages. Moreover, if a service charge is added to checks, customers may be less inclined to tip, further reducing my servers' earnings. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the impact that these policies will have on small business restaurants like mine. Restaurants operate on small margins even in the best of times, and the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has only made it more challenging to stay afloat. We need policies that support small business and promote job growth and economic development. Senate Bill 221 will do the opposite. I thank you very much for the time today, and I gladly take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I think we've heard a lot, and I appreciate you sharing some of the challenges. I've been to your restaurant. I've got I'm a couple towns over and been there a couple times and look forward to going back. And appreciate you sharing a lot of the challenges that are faced by this, not only small business owners, but, the employees, right? It's a lot of times the teamwork, if they're not working, if both sides aren't working together, you don't have a successful operation. So appreciate you sharing that. And the fact I did not realize it was the oldest establishment in Manchester. So congratulations on that. And keep
Thank you. We wear that with a badge of honor for sure. It's been a long time to, over the 4 decades of the challenges that have presented themselves have always been great, but the pandemic obviously was the greatest one. And to have been able to sustain ourselves as a single owner operator business to get through that has been one of my life's biggest accomplishments. And I take that very personally, and I'm very proud of that. And the best part about that was to be able to bring people back to work and, and bring our teams back to work. And that laying off 40 some odd people that first day, March 17th, was one of the most hardest moments of my entire life, to see the emotions and having to have to do that. So we're very happy to be where we're at. But as we said, we're getting and still recovering and getting to a good place, and so are the people that work for us. And they do very well in my establishment, and those that are informed of what's going on in the press and what this policy may be presented to do have come to me and very concerned about it. They like the way the system works. They're very happy with the money they make. And interestingly enough, the number one thing that they had said to me was, when people in the public begin to think that we are paid an even wage, they're not going to tip us the same way they do. They truly felt that way. It wasn't so much about the change in money that I would have to pay them or increase. They were more concerned. They thought once people believe that we're paid the same as everybody else, they're not going to tip us the same way they do. And that was their first reaction. And as a whole, that was what they kind of said to me. And, our culture in our restaurant is probably the number one thing that keeps us afloat and makes us as successful as we are. And the people that inside our building are the ones that do that. And I don't want to lose them, you know, and to all of them, they've said if this changes, will work elsewhere because their income potential would just be slashed in half. So it's very concerning. That's why I'm here today, why I find it important. And that's why in my role as the chairman of the Restaurant Association, I take it very personal that I represent not just my restaurant, but all all 8,000 restaurants that we have here in the state of Connecticut.
You done, Representative Wood?
Excuse me.
I too have eaten at your restaurant.
Thank you very much
Where
for
I
both of you for coming
live on the
around.
other side of the state, but I happened to be there in Manchester one day and dropped in. You had mentioned that your family has owned the business for 40 years. Have you been working in the restaurant for a long time?
I probably started working at the restaurant when I was, you know, at an age probably where younger than I was supposed to be. It was interesting, actually. When it was time to officially start to work, I actually said to my father, I said, who was the owner at that time, I said, we had another restaurant in town. And I asked him, I said, I want to go to work, but I said, I don't want to work for you because I don't want to be treated differently. Can you get me a job somewhere else? And I worked my beginning of my restaurant career was actually in another restaurant for a few years. And then I went to college. And then when I graduated college, it was at a kind of crossroads where my dad was making a decision that told me, he said, you know, I think I'm going to be done with this soon. And if you're interested, you know, just know that that's my thought process. So I made a decision at that time. I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, and that's where I went to school. And I made a decision to come back home and work with him. And then we basically at that time had come up with an agreement where I became, you know, primary owner. So I've been working in the restaurant since I was, you know, 18 years old, you know, but obviously grew up in that environment, was always at work with my dad, took to work as a kid, you know, did all those kind of things you do that you hear about in stories. And, you know, it was memories that I'll never forget. And also instilled the work ethic that I have today and watched what it took and what it takes. And also got to grow and understand that as times changed and people changed, that the way that he, you know, did business was an old school way at sometimes, and I had to learn the new way, and that was tough and difficult, but I grow, and as people do, you hopefully grow. And I think the the restaurant business is a tremendous place for personal growth. And I attribute all my successes to the knowledge and lessons that I've learned in this industry. So I don't know if that answered your question, but I'm sorry. I probably went on a little
I
tangent
think you
there.
answered right away, but then
Okay.
I heard a long story after
Sorry,
that.
I apologize.
I can tell you're a talker and I appreciate that. I'm a talker too. But I asked you for that for a reason because I wanted to know how long you'd been in the business, but particularly as an owner. And I can tell from what you're saying that you've been an owner for, let's say, more than the 10 years.
Yeah.
And do you have employees that have been there for 10 years?
Yeah, well, the pandemic affected a big portion of that. I had people that were there 10 years, you know, longer stints before that. Then when the pandemic, when we had some layoffs with that obviously cut the tenure with some of those people. And we've started new with a lot of new staff since then. The few that came back, obviously, I probably have some pushing 7 or 8 years going on right now, you know. And I can't say I have any that actually 10 years, but I would say if the pandemic didn't happen, that would be a very easy question to answer and say yes to.
So 10 years ago, workers in your industry, servers, were getting increases every year to the sub-minimum wage, or if you want to call it the tip credit.
I'd prefer the tip credit. I think the sub-minimum wage is an
Either
appropriate
way,
term.
it's really, you can call it whatever you want, and I can call it whatever I want. And but the point is there were increases every year when the minimum wage went up. Is that correct?
The indexing was tied to that, you're saying, when it was coupled. Is that what
Did
you're
you
referring
give
to?
employees increases in their wages when the minimum wage went up prior to 2019?
I'm just making sure I'm understanding your question. Are you referencing before when the tip wage was tied to the minimum wage, whereas when the minimum wage would increase, the tip wage was coupled to that and would rise? Is that what you're
That's
referring
correct.
to? Of course, I followed the law and did what was required. Absolutely.
So up until 2019, actually, I think the last time the minimum wage went up where there was an increase for tipped workers was in 2017. Is that your recollection?
I'm not going to sit here and say I know the date on that. You obviously seem to have better information on that as well, but I can't speak to exactly when that time frame was.
So since 2017, there hasn't been an increase in the wages of servers or bartenders.
Okay.
Is that something you're aware of?
Absolutely. Yep.
And I just wondered, when did you become president of the Connecticut Restaurant Association?
I'm chairman of the board of directors is my title, and I'm in my 3rd year of that term, of that service.
Because I do know that the Connecticut Restaurant Association took a strong position against in 2019, and that's when we passed the legislation that that stopped the indexing of the tipped credit or the sub-minimum wage, but you weren't present at that time.
I was not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers, and thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely. I appreciate all your time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Luis Luna. I think you're online. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of the General Assembly. My name is Luis Luna, and I live in New Haven. I am the coalition manager for Husky for Immigrants, and today I come before you in strong support of Senate Bill 221. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to address you today. So I will speak today on two perspectives. First, drawing upon my own experiences as a tipped worker for over a decade. And then second, highlighting the impact of this bill on immigrant workers and the broader service industry. So in my time as a bartender and server, spanning for more than 10 years, I frequently relied on tips to make ends meet. As many of you may understand, the income of tipped workers fluctuates drastically, subjecting workers to financial instability. So allow me to introduce a common scenario. So as a server, I often found myself working hours before the arrival of any customers, doing prep work, cleaning, etc. And this was without receiving any tips during this period. So this practice is not uncommon in the industry, where workers are expected to invest their time and labor without fair compensation. Now let's talk about slow days. I think Constanza earlier spoke a little bit about this, but I often worked many shifts to cover some of my life expenses. And that included some shifts where I would sometimes see 1 or 2 customers per day. So this was very stressful. Now let's talk about members of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition. So many of our members work low-income jobs, including the service industry, and issues and sub-minimum wages. Some sub-minimum wages with tip workers are prevalent in our community. I think this bill will begin to address this issue and bring some type of financial stability to thousands of workers across our coalition. So I think my testimony is quite long, so I'm just going to summarize. But the inequities inherent to sub-minimum wage transcend mere economic disparities. They perpetuate systemic injustices based on race and gender. Tipped workers, predominantly women, endure poverty rates twice as high as their counterparts in other industries. Moreover, they face an alarmingly high rates of sexual harassment, compelled to tolerate inappropriate behavior from customers to secure their livelihoods. So while Connecticut grapples with the repercussion of maintaining the sub-minimum wage, 7 states have adopted a more equitable approach, requiring a full minimum wage with tips on top. These states have witnessed tangible benefits, including higher rates of restaurant job growth, small business expansion, and reduced incidents of sexual harassment within the industry. So in conclusion, Senate Bill 221 represents a pivotal opportunity to rectify long-standing injustices within the service industry and uplift vulnerable workers. By abolishing the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers, Connecticut can affirm its commitment to equitable labor practices and economic justice. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I have one question for you. You testified about the time that you were doing prep work in the restaurant prior to receiving any customers. Did you ever ask the employer, first of all, did you make the minimum wage during that shift? And if not, did you ask your employer to make up the difference?
Yeah, so I did not ask the employer. I think I just didn't know enough about what how tip worked, how tip wages work. And I often didn't. I think during those slow days, I would see that my paycheck was very small, and the wages that I made did not make up to 15 or whatever the equivalent was back then to minimum wage.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions or comments, so we will move to our next person on the list. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Christina Barman, and I believe you're testifying online. I don't see you there, though. So we'll come back to her if she arrives. Next is Sarah Parker McKernan. Nice. Hi, how are you? I thought I saw you come in earlier.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Sarah Parker McKernan. I am a legislative policy advocate for Connecticut's legal services programs, which include New Haven Legal Assistance, Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and Connecticut Legal Services. The legal services programs provide free legal services to low-income individuals in civil matters throughout the state. We have been particularly involved in developing policy to support low-wage workers and their families. We support HB 5269, which among other things prohibits non-compete agreements for those employees earning less than 3 times the hourly minimum wage. Traditionally, non-compete covenants were intended to protect an employer's competitive advantage by preventing more highly trained and compensated employees from taking a job at a competing business and disclosing specialized knowledge or skills acquired at the former employer. This proposal addresses the growing problem of low-income workers who are forced to sign non-compete agreements prohibiting them from doing similar work after leaving an employer. These workers do not have specialized training or technical skills specific to their employer and are not privy to trade secrets held by higher wage employees. Low-wage workers often feel unable to find new and better jobs because of non-compete clauses. Most employees in Connecticut are considered at will and don't have the power in the work environment since they can be terminated without cause. A non-compete agreement heightens a low-wage employee's fear of violating their employment contracts. It's important to note that 5269 also protects employers, though. Non-compete agreements are allowed if they are to protect a legitimate business interest, such as trade secrets, confidential information, or goodwill with customers. That still is what is allowed, and employers should not be concerned that they won't have that power still. It also allows non-solicitation clauses and permits non-solicitation clauses and exclusivity agreements containing reasonable parameters. We also support HB 5270, increasing the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation fraud. This bill basically it affects workers who have finally found a job. They've been collecting unemployment. They finally found a job. And there's that period of time between when you first get your first paycheck, where there's usually like a difference of like 2 weeks, cannot be up to a month, where that paycheck actually doesn't come through. And the continuation of unemployment comp benefits may seem like a logical way to bridge that income gap until their first paycheck comes through. Unfortunately, those who continue their unemployment checks, mistakenly or not, while waiting for that first paycheck, can be charged with a felony for fraudulently accepting an overpayment. The clients we see are working in low-wage jobs and can be charged with a felony instead of a misdemeanor, even though they're receiving as low as $500 in an overpayment. So Connecticut needs to raise that overpayment threshold for being charged with a felony versus a misdemeanor from $500 to $2,000.
Ms. McKernan, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
This change would put UC fraudulent overpayments in line with other criminal felonies in Connecticut. Generally, individuals in Connecticut aren't criminally charged with a felony unless the value of the property in question is over $2,000. So these individuals would still be liable for the overpayment and for any of the penalties that also come with that, but they just wouldn't be labeled as a felon. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions, and I really should know the answer to this, but I will ask you because I'm guessing you might. When was the last time that we raised that threshold in the unemployment felony? Do you know when that went to 500?
When that went to 500? I don't know, actually. I can find out for you.
I
I'm
think
not
that would
sure.
be good to know. I mean, I think
Yeah.
one of the things is I've been here 6 years and it hasn't gone up, but the minimum wage has gone up considerably. And to me, that would be helpful to realize that we haven't
sure.
kept pace. Additionally, I just do want to underscore, this was confusing to me because there's non-fraud overpayments and there's fraudulent overpayments. And if I'm correct, and you probably know the answer to this, a non-fraud case, and we also have DOL people who can answer this for us, but in a non-fraud case, it might be a mistake on the part of DOL, or it might be a mistake on the part of an employer and their reporting. But when a person checks the box, because they're like the information that, oops, I think that was Rob, that wasn't me. Rob, you got to mute yourself. When a person files for unemployment, they have to check a box saying they're not working. When someone is filing for a period before they get paid, they often will check that box. And as soon as you do that, that is considered fraud because you are working. And so I think that it's sometimes confusing to legislators, like we want to associate this with, well, you committed a fraud, so therefore you're a felon. And I think that's an important distinction to make because it took me a while to get it. We are saying you're still fraudulent. It's a misdemeanor. All the penalties apply. All of the penalties, including not being able to apply for unemployment for a period of time, as well as repayment, that all applies. The distinction we're making is whether or not it's a misdemeanor or a felony.
Absolutely. That's the only question here is whether or not you're going to be charged as a felon. Still liable for everything, including the penalties. There's also like interest that accrues on whatever it is that you have to pay back. It's pretty extensive what happens, but it just means you won't be labeled as a felon. And again, our clients are making such low wages, they're $500, we're talking about $500 for what the overpayment might be. And I think there is a difference in terms of your intent to defraud somebody and whether you've, even if you've actually checked the wrong box. I think there's a lack of understanding about what the forms all mean and whether or not, you, because you haven't gotten a check yet, you haven't gotten paid yet, whether that means you still have, are looking for a job, basically. So I think that there's a lot of different variables and I think there's a lack of understanding for a lot of folks too. Yeah, but absolutely still liable, absolutely still paying all of the penalties.
And I think the other thing that would be of interest to me is when somebody is earning, like somebody who's really trying to steal from the unemployment system, which I think all of us would really, we understand how damaging that is to the state and to workers and to employers. But when they're trying to do that, I would assume it's more than the $2,000 that we're talking about in terms of the raising the threshold.
I assume so too, because but I don't have those stats. And actually DOL was looking for it and breaking down all of the cases is apparently really difficult to do to be able to get those stats. But we did ask. I assume that, the amounts of money that we're talking about are so low that it's not something that, anybody would do, take lightly, I think too. So.
And one other thing that you might be able to help with, because, and I'm not asking, I didn't contact you. These are totally questions that you didn't know I was going to ask. So I appreciate that if you don't have it in front of you, but I don't think most of us understand the difference of what the penalty of being a felon versus being a misdemeanor can mean in terms of future employment. Can you go through some of that for us so we know, what happens when you're a felon versus when you've been convicted of a misdemeanor?
All you've got to do is look at all of the efforts around Clean Slate right now and what happens to people in terms of being able to have access to housing, access to jobs, access to so many different variables, and people take for granted. So clearly, having that felon on your record is something that you're going to have to report.
it's going to mean that people are going to look twice before they actually grant you a job or anything else. If you want to do something about being a felon, you've got to go through the pardons process, which is very lengthy and extensive. It's not something that anybody should take lightly. And I think in this situation, especially, most of what's happened has been unintentional. And we found that with all of our clients, is that it was an unintentional thing. And to be charged with a felony after that is really an issue, that you guys can change.
So, and one last question. In terms of clean slate, when we pass clean slate, do you know how many years it is before, if you're a felon, as these, currently someone would be classified as a felon, how long does it take before they do have their record erased?
Well, you still have to qualify, well, depending on what what you've been charged with. Some of it is automatic, some of it you have to apply still. But I think it's 5 years for a felony. So, I mean, you have to have 5 years of a clean, record, and then you have to go through that process too. So, yeah, it's lengthy. Yeah.
So right now, if somebody checked that box of saying they weren't working when they were still working and got $501, they would be a felon for could be up to 5 years.
Or more, because I
Or
don't
more.
believe that that's probably something that is an automatic erasure. So, yeah, they would
Right.
have to go through the process.
I think that's all stuff that we have to consider when we're looking at this bill. I hope
Yeah.
this year we'll have an opportunity to really spend some time on it. I know we passed it previously in the Senate, so I hope that that helps with the House.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Rob Schacht. And Rob, I think you can unmute yourself now. We heard you sneeze. I don't mean to embarrass you or anything. I'm just kidding. Are you there, Rob?
Do you have me?
Yes, we do now.
All right, sorry, that was a cough, not a sneeze, but my apologies. Hello, Madam, honored Madam Chairperson, honored committee members. Thank you for allowing me to testify again in regards to House Bill 5271, an act to increase the threshold for agricultural employers, the unemployment threshold for agricultural employers. And just to be clear, what this act does is it creates a threshold for which we have to sign up and register to pay into the unemployment pool. What this bill has raised is a picture of how the inflationary impacts have hit all of us farmers in Connecticut, especially us small farmers. The cost of just about everything we have to bring in to run our operations has increased dramatically, including labor, with minimum wage going up to $15.50 an hour. It's probably no surprise to hear that recruiting and retaining good employees has been a really hard thing for a lot of small farms to be able to do. And so looking at how this, the impact of having to register and pay one more bill is just something that if it can be adjusted to reflect the inflationary increase in payroll, it would be really helpful to a lot of small farms. I also want to say I submitted some written testimony about this as well. I'm going to start by posing a question about the esteemed commissioner's concerns about restricting access to the unemployment pool for agricultural employees. One question I have is, does a farm that's exempt currently and doesn't cross that $20,000 threshold, are their employers not able to apply for unemployment insurance if they wish to? I don't know the answer to that question, but it's something I think that would address the commissioner's concerns. there are other ways that the legislature has addressed the increases in inflationary costs. There was a increase in the amount of personal property tax exemption that can be claimed by farmers. That number was doubled from $100,000 to $200,000. Might be the type of thing that a town has to accept as an ordinance, but the legislature provided for the opportunity for that to happen. I own and operate Huntsbrook Farm, which is a small organic vegetable operation in southeastern Connecticut.
Mr.
During-
Schmacht,
Yeah.
your time is almost up, so please conclude your remarks.
Sure. So just to sort of bring it into perspective, I crossed that threshold with only having 3 full-time employees as a seasonal farm in 1/4 of the season. So, you know, it's become a burden now that I have to file an unemployment tax return all 4 quarters of the season, even when don't have any payroll whatsoever. And so I appreciate you guys looking into this and possibly making an adjustment that will help all the small farmers in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Rob, for your testimony. And you mentioned, could you tell me how many employees you have? Do you have any full-time employees?
I hire 3 full-time employees starting in April, and we go till the end of October. I do bring in a couple of part-time people midsummer during the heavy harvest season, which adds to the amount of payroll that I end up paying in the 3rd quarter of the season. That's the quarter that my payroll seems to be the highest. The 2nd quarter of the season, even though I have 3 quote unquote full-time people, quite often with weather and a minimal workload, we don't end up working full hours during that quarter. So even though they're considered full-time, they all don't normally receive 40 hours a week, just based on what Mother Nature allows us to accomplish during the work week. And so go ahead.
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you. So, but the threshold that you would need, what in terms of, you know, we're looking at the number, it's currently 20,000. I had submitted, thought we had submitted legislation to move to 40, but there was a conflicting one that said we were doing it, and that was the one from Representative McCarthy that only did 25. Joe Nichols testified to maybe 35 was a better number, since back when this legislation was put in the 70s, when it was $2.66 a minimum wage. Now it's $15.69. That maybe moving that up higher would be helpful. Does that sound like that threshold going to that level would be helpful, or does the 25 help?
Well, I think that certainly would be helpful. I tell you that I pay my full-time people $18 an hour, not minimum wage. And that's in order to retain people that I spend time to train and become involved in my operation. And in order to retain them, and for the hard work that they really do, they really deserve that kind of wage. I hate taking somebody and only paying them minimum wage when they're worth more than that. So, you know, by raising the threshold to the 35 or 40,000, I think you'd be more in line with the actual inflationary increases that have taken place. You know, just as an example, in my written testimony, when I started and minimum wage was $7.50 an hour, if I paid 3 full-time employees for 40-hour weeks, my quarterly payroll was at $10,800. Right now, under the current situation, if I only paid the minimum wage, it would be over $22,000, which would immediately put me over the $20,000 threshold. And you know, I'm just one of the small farms. Everybody has a slightly different variation to how many employees they need. I'm not even sure if you pass this bill, if it's going to benefit me as a farmer or not, because I'm already currently registered within the unemployment pool, and I don't know that this is going to allow for that registration to go away. And so, you know, this is going to be something that's going to help a lot of the small farmers, which as Joe Nichols suggested, you know, the state's really putting a lot of effort into bringing a lot of young small farmers into the business so that we have a thriving agricultural business moving forward in the state. And, you know, it will help them in the process of being able to grow their operations without, I know it was a surprise to me when I crossed the threshold and all of a sudden I had to pay this extra bill. Most of us don't pay attention to those things, and you know, it will just be one less thing that will discourage growth in their operations.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for testifying today. And you didn't hear me say this earlier to Joan, but I think a lot of us love our small farmers. So thank you for what you do to bring food to our tables.
I did hear you say that, and you said it last year too, so I know you're consistent.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't tell you last year, though, that the town I grew up in is the popcorn capital of the world, or at least it used to be. And I'm addicted to popcorn. So
Well, enjoy it.
thank you.
Take care.
Next up, we have Tamara Nunez. Buenas tardes.
Ahora sí, perfecto. Mi testimonio lo voy a hacer en español y antes de comenzar mi testimonio, quiero aclarar un tema en el cual yo me he sentido muy afectada.
My name is Tamara Nunez. I'm going to do my testimony in Spanish, and I will be translating for her. And before she gets into her testimony, she wants to talk about something that was very concerning to her.
Hace un rato se me han hecho, usted, senadora Kushner, nos tuvo que hacer levantar a nosotros a un lado. El señor Adams dijo que esto no era un acto de discriminación, pero yo sí lo viví como discriminación.
A while ago, I was sitting there and I was told to move by Mr. Adam, and even though it was told it's not an act of discrimination, I felt discriminated.
¿Y por qué ha sido discriminación? Porque esto nosotros los vivimos todos los días. De repente ustedes no lo vieron como un acto de discriminación, pero a nosotros siempre nos empujan, nos retiran de un lugar porque va a haber un hombre blanco el cual tiene que hablar.
I'm in a position where I'm always being asked to move or to go away, and we're always discriminated and moved aside because there's a white man speaking.
Y de esta manera somos empujados cuando trabajamos, cuando estudiamos o cuando caminamos en la calle. Siempre nos reliegan afuera de la sociedad.
Anytime we are in society, at times we're told to move aside. It's the same thing that happens at work, it happens in the restaurants, and it happens many times that we're pushed aside.
Por eso me sentí muy triste el día de hoy, de haber tenido que vivir algo delante de un comité que está viendo justamente nuestros derechos.
I'm very bothered and disturbed that I had to go through this today in front of a committee that's here to listen to our testimony.
Soy parte de One Fair Wage.
But hold on one second. I do want to respond to that.
Okay.
Because this has happened in the past to workers who came with T-shirts and were seated behind the person testifying who was testifying against the issue. And so it's not the first time we've had to ask people to move just for that one testimony. Because I think that my concern is that if someone is not comfortable having what would be a human billboard behind them, I think that we try and accommodate people so they will feel free to testify. It's not the first time it's happened. It has happened with other where advocates were wearing T-shirts. So it's not just One Fair Wage, it's happened to others.
Yo lo entiendo y lo comprendo y por eso no estoy enojada, estoy triste.
So she understands that and she sees that, but she's not upset, but she is sad about it.
Pero muchas veces son esas etiquetas que nos dan a las personas. La etiqueta de ser afro, la etiqueta de ser una persona trans o la etiqueta de tener una polera rosada. Siempre va a haber una excusa para que nos tengan que discriminar.
There's always an excuse, it seems like to me, either if you're a person of Afro descendants or if you're a person, a trans person like myself, or just because I'm wearing a shirt. It feels like this happens too often.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Mi nombre es Tamara Núñez del Prado. Vivo en la ciudad de New Haven, Connecticut, hace más de 4 años. Estoy aquí para apoyar la iniciativa SB 221 para abolir el salario submínimo. Soy parte de One Fair Wage y como líder de la comunidad estoy con los trabajadores de servicio en todo el tiempo. Soy testigo y también soy víctima de este sistema. He visto gente desalojada de sus casas, mamás que trabajan, que a partir de trabajar acuden a los servicios de apoyos de alimentos, de iglesias, del Estado, gente negra que ha sido discriminada o que el sueldo directamente no les alcanza. En la pandemia nos llamaban trabajadores esenciales. ¿Esenciales para quién? ¿Esenciales para los ricos? Para que ellos puedan seguir viviendo con sus lujos y no trabajar o trabajar desde casa, pero nosotros sí teníamos que estar allí. Somos reemplazables, somos desechables. ¿Cuántos hemos muerto en la pandemia? En Estados Unidos, desde la década de 1950, creció 700%. 700% más rico es Estados Unidos, pero nuestros sueldos solamente subieron un 20%, que esto significa apenas la igualada a la inflación que existe en estos años. Hoy, las nuevas generaciones no pueden comprar una casa. Seguimos con las leyes de un legado de la esclavitud, como un sueldo submínimo, leyes del siglo pasado que no muestran nuevas realidades. El caso de Ernesto Zamora, que ustedes van a escuchar dentro de un momento, muestra que las leyes del salario submínimo es un legado de la esclavitud moderna, donde las cadenas son invisibles, donde le daban una vivienda en una vivienda donde tenía que dormir como servidumbre, durmiendo en el suelo, como si fuera un animal, donde ninguno de los presentes de ustedes presentes estaría dispuesto a vivir. Y cuando debían recibir un salario de 1,200, recibían un salario de 500. Él no conoce horas extras, vacaciones, días de enfermedad, y hoy tiene una deuda de $6,000 por la intervención hospitalaria. Pero el dueño del restaurante le robó más de $200,000 de su sueldo y más de $100,000 de horas extras. Y él solamente está pidiendo un salario justo. Casi el 20% de los trabajadores de servicios somos de la comunidad LGBTQ+. Un porcentaje mayor de mujeres, madres solteras que existen en los restaurantes donde hay comunidades migrantes y no están presentes. Muchos hoy no están presentes. 15 compañeros, 15 trabajadores no han llegado acá por un boicot de los dueños de los restaurantes que se enteraron que íbamos a venir acá. Personas negras, personas racializadas. Hay un grupo muy grande de población en situación de vulnerabilidad. Afrodescendientes, LGBTQ, personas migrantes, mujeres en violencia, que trabajamos en el área de servicio. Y justamente somos grupos que estamos en situación de vulnerabilidad y que el Estado nos reconoce como protección especial. Pero en el trabajo nadie nos protege. Nos explotan, nos violan y lamentablemente sufrimos acosos de los empleados y de los trabajadores, como en el restaurante Los Remolinos, que les decían que tenían que aceptar tragos para seguir trabajando y que si un cliente les daba un trago, ellas tenían que aceptar. Y si un cliente les coqueteaba, ellas tenían que aceptar. Y era solicitud directa del empleador. Por eso espero que ustedes terminen este legado de la esclavitud y el día de hoy podamos decir que en Connecticut por fin se terminó el último legado de la esclavitud de hace 200 años atrás. Muchas gracias.
Please stay until we see if we have any questions for you.
My name is Tamara Núñez Prado. I have lived in the city of New Haven, Connecticut for 4 years. I am here to support the legislative initiative SB 221 to abolish the step minimum wage. As part of One Fair Wage, as a community leader, I am with the service workers all the time. I am also a witness and a victim of the system. I have seen people evicted from their houses, mothers who work in the service industry, who have to go to church pantries for food or benefit or receive benefits from the state because their salaries are not enough. In the pandemic, they called us essential workers. Essential for whom? For the rich who could afford not working or working at home, but we are also replaceable and disposable. The United States since 1950s grew 700% richer, 700% richer, but our salaries did not rise more than 20%. That means it barely equals a 70-year-old inflation. Today, the new generations can't buy a house. We continue with laws that are a legacy of slavery, such as the sub-minimum wage, laws that last a century and are now our new reality. In the case of Ernesto Zamora, who you will hear from shortly, it shows that laws on sub-wages is really a legacy of, it's really a modern slavery where the chains are invisible, where they gave him a house in horrible conditions, and they had him sleeping on the ground as though he were an animal, where none of the present are willing to live, where no one here would be willing to live. When we had to receive salary, when he should have received a salary of $1,200, he only received $500. He doesn't have any extra benefits, no vacation days, no sick days. And today he has a debt of $6,000 for hospitalization because the owner of the restaurant stole more than $200,000 from his salary and more than $100,000 in other extra benefits. And all he's asking for today is for a fair salary. Almost 20% of the service workers that are part of the LGBTIQ+ community, a large number of single women, single mothers, and there is no restaurant where the immigrant community is not present. We had 15 employees that were scheduled to come today, but their bosses found out that they were coming to testify and did not give them the day off. This is something that happens to many people in vulnerable groups in many situations. We need laws to protect them, but laws such as the minimum wage generate the opposite. They are unprotected from sexual harassment, from labor harassment, and are punished by their managers or workers or employees unfairly. They need a better salary. The truth is, we shouldn't be sitting here discussing in 2024 laws that were inherited from slavery over 200 years ago. This is we have the opportunity now to fix history and to continue working on something that Lincoln began to fight against many years ago. We no longer want people like Ernesto Zamora to be part of this system. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Hughes.
Thank you. I'm just shocked to hear that there were folks that are essentially retaliated against and not given the day off for coming to testify and have their voice heard. I'm very, very concerned about that. So I don't know what to do about it, Madam Chair, but consider it heard.
Unfortunately, it's not the first time it's happened.
Definitivamente cometimos el error. Bueno, los compañeros, siendo muy honestos, pidieron permiso en su trabajo para venir acá al Capitolio a dar su declaración. Y cuando los managers se enteraron para qué iban a venir a declarar, no les dieron permiso. Y entre los restaurantes comenzaron a pasar la voz de que no den permiso para el día de hoy a nadie. Y hemos sufrido más de 15 bajas previas a la inscripción y 4 bajas el día de hoy.
So unfortunately, a lot of the employees were honest and they told their boss exactly where they were coming. They said they were coming to the Capitol and they were retaliated against. And a couple of restaurants owners called each other and we lost about 15 people that were supposed to come.
What I wanted to say is that last year we had someone come to a press conference from a Dunkin' Donuts on a different bill, and they were fired when they were here. And it's horrible to think that can happen. You want to translate for me?
Yeah.
You can do it into the mic because there may be other people listening.
El año pasado, un trabajador de Dunkin' Donuts vino para otro caso y también perdió el trabajo por venir a testificar.
But what I wanted to say is that there are a lot of good employers out there and legislators who believe there are a lot of good employers out there. And sometimes we need to be reminded that there are those that are bad actors. And a lot of times the work we do here is to address employers that are not treating their workers fairly. So we have to adjust it by passing a law. So I appreciate your bringing that up here today.
Madam Chair, I have one more question.
Just a minute, let her translate.
Oh,
that.
sorry.
So, sabemos que hay empleadores malos, pero también sabemos que hay empleadores buenos. El trabajo de los legisladores es pasar leyes para que los empleadores malos tengan buenas.
Hay un equilibrio.
Thank you. Now a question from Representative Hughes.
Thank you so much. My question is, are you and your workers that you are basically representing who are not here, do they receive a guaranteed minimum wage?
Las personas que vinieron tenían que venir hoy si ellos reciben un salario mínimo.
Ejemplo, Ernesto, que trabajaba en cocina, recibe $6.94 por hora. Tenemos compañeros que reciben en cocina $8.70 la hora. Y se supone que si tú no participas de atención al cliente menos del 75%, tienes que recibir el salario mínimo completo. Si tú hablas con los clientes más de un 75%, recibes el salario submínimo. Y esto no se cumple y los compañeros no saben. Algo que era muy cierto que dijo Adam, la persona que yo sentí que nos discriminó, fue de que mucha gente no es educada. Y lamentablemente esas son las condiciones de desigualdad, de que como no tienen educación en muchos casos y no conocen sus derechos, automáticamente son víctimas de estos abusos. Tenemos el caso de otra compañera que está acá atrás, que es Darling. A ella le hacían compartir los tips. Cuando los tips solamente se pueden compartir en Connecticut, en el caso de que todos estén de acuerdo. Y los de la cocina no tienen que recibir tips porque reciben un sueldo mínimo. Pero aún así hay un montón de formas de violaciones. Otra forma de violación es de que si yo me reclamo porque me están dando más horas o no me están pagando mis horas extras, automáticamente me ponen las peores mesas para atender o los peores horarios en los cuales yo no puedo cumplir mi trabajo. Falta todavía responder su pregunta.
Sorry. Okay, so in many cases, a lot of the folks that come with us receive from $6.94 an hour to $8.70 an hour. And according to the law, they should be receiving a full wage after they work, if they serve folks for more than 75% of the time, and that doesn't happen. Adam, who was here earlier, was right. A lot of people who work in this industry are not educated, and because they're not educated, they're put in positions being taken advantage of.
Yeah. Y otra forma en la que nos roban el salario, ya, es en primer lugar muchas personas que trabajan en la cocina y que reciben el salario mínimo, les van a pagar 40 horas a la semana. Pero en realidad en la cocina tú trabajas un promedio de 8 a 12 horas al día. Eso significa que solamente te pagan por 40 y no te pagan el resto del dinero. En otros restaurantes, como en Los Remolinos, en la ciudad de Norwalk, el dueño pagaba las horas extras como si fueran horas normales. Ejemplo, Ingrid, Javier, trabajaban 72 horas o 80 horas. 40 horas las pagaban con cheque como salario mínimo y las 40 restos de horas solamente las pagaban en cash para evitar pagos impositivos y de taxes y para evitar demostrar de que habían horas extras. Y este pago en cash no era de hora extra, era como una hora normal. Entonces, te robaban el salario y te robaban la hora extra.
another way that the people are taking advantage of are the kitchen staff. In restaurants like Los Remolinos in Norwalk, what happened is they would get paid checks. They would get paid in checks only for the minimum hours, and they would receive the rest of their pay in cash, which was totally illegal.
I think what you were saying too is, because I understand a little Spanish, I think you were also talking about that when they work overtime, they're getting paid just the normal rate, not the time and a half. Did you, is that something you talked about? Yeah. Okay.
No, estamos diciendo, no pagan el tiempo completo.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
Ni me
Thank you
pasó.
very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Glenda Benitez. And if we're lucky, that baby will stay quiet. You want to keep the baby sleeping, Ann.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Gracias por escucharme, pero realmente no me siento con la capacidad para poder leer mi testimonio. Quiero pedirle a Tamara si lo puede hacer por mí. Oh, es que no me siento capaz para poder retroceder a vivir todo lo que yo he vivido en restaurante. Les pido disculpas y me voy a salir.
She's very sorry, but unfortunately, her testimony triggers too many emotions for her, and it's very hard for her to sit here and read the testimony. So she's asking that we just read it in English, and she doesn't want to really listen to that part because it's too triggering for her.
Go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Glenda Benitez. I am a resident of Connecticut for more than 7 years. I came to the United States with my 2 children, and I ended up adopting a 3rd child who was abandoned by his father in a restaurant in Chicago. I sent money to my family in Honduras, every little money that I earned. Today, I have my 3 children and I living in Norwalk. I have been working in the service sector for more than 6 years, and I am in favor of SB 221. I have experienced many labor problems, exploitation, salary theft, non-payment of my overtimes or holidays, but the worst thing that came from working in the restaurant industry was bullying from my bosses and colleagues. Many times I had to put up with it because I had no other choice. Many others have to take this and take it quietly because we were trying to forget the bad times. Today, I work in 2 restaurants, one as the kitchen manager, one in which the kitchen manager harasses me and touches me intimately on my neck against my own will. This is he directly harasses me and indirectly, and I no longer want to take it. I complained several times to the owners and the managers. Nobody did anything. I had to call the police on them. And since then, I, the victim, have been punished by my bosses, taking away my hours of work and because of suffering workplace harassment. Harassment that I have to endure because I'm the breadwinner of my family. Thanks to One Fair Wage for the emotional support they have given me, I can see that there's light at the end of the tunnel, but this task should not be taken over by one organization, since it's the responsibility of our government and our city to also protect our rights and to guarantee that women feel free and have freedom at work and work for a fair salary without harassment. That is why I'm here today, and that is why I took time off to come here and express my views. That is why I ask you to have empathy for and love for our workers, and please generate better public policies in favor of the restaurant sector. Thank you.
Thank you. And please encourage Glenda to pursue her rights under the law. I know that that's what One Fair Wage is doing, but no one should have to work under those circumstances. So thank you, and please let her know that we appreciate her testimony. Next, we have Javier Ordonez.
Oh, Javier was one that had to cancel at the last meeting.
Okay, Anna Zapata.
Also, yeah.
Okay. Lucia
Lucia's online.
Nunez. Is Lucia here? Nunez. Okay, she's been resent the link. So we'll come back to her.
Okay, no, she was on her cell phone. trying to
Okay.
take-
So when she comes back in, we'll take her next.
Thank you.
Ingrid Sepulveda.
Y que lo quiere hacer en español, yo lo.
I have to say something that I hope you'll translate is that you're the only smart one in the room. You're wearing your coat. It's freezing in
cold.
here.
Es que es la única persona inteligente que tiene el coat puesto en este cuarto que tiene tanto frío.
It's very cold. It's freezing.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ingrid Sepúlveda, soy residente de la ciudad de Norwalk, Connecticut, miembro activa de One Fair Wage y estoy a favor de la iniciativa legislativa SB 221. Trabajo en restaurantes como mesera hace muchos años, trabajé en el restaurante Los Remolinos de Norwalk, tenía un promedio de 12 a 15 horas diarias de trabajo. El pago que recibía era tan solo de $8 la hora y por lo que nunca me pagaron overtime.
Oh, okay. My name is Ingrid. I'm a resident of the city of Norwalk, Connecticut. I'm an active member of One Fair Wage, and I'm in favor of the legislation SB 221. I have worked in restaurants as a waitress for many years, and I work at the restaurant Los Remolinos in Norwalk, and I work an average of 12 hours a day and receive only $8 an hour. I don't get paid overtime or holidays.
El restaurante y su administración, que además de pagar un sueldo submínimo, solo pagaba las 40 horas con cheque. A partir de la primera hora extra, me pagaban en cash. Así no quedaba un registro. Además, pagaban como hora normal y no como extra. Así nadie podía reclamar. No era la única persona a la que le hacían esto. Era el común denominador de parte de los gerentes. Ellos eran conscientes de que estaban haciendo algo malo, impositivamente hablando y robándonos dinero de nuestras horas extras, derecho que se reconoce a los trabajadores en este estado.
The restaurant and its administration, in which, in addition to paying a sub-in salary, only paid 40 hours with a check. Starting the first overtime hour, they paid you in cash, so there was no record of it. And they also paid it as at a normal rate, not at the rate of time and a half. I wasn't the only one that they did this to. The management did this to everyone. They were aware what they were doing was something bad tax-wise and that they were stealing money from our overtime, a right that is recognized by all workers in the state.
Se aprovechaban de que necesitábamos el trabajo. Uno de los dueños, llamado Manny Bautista, el gerente, me decía: esta semana te pagamos en cash porque no podemos pagarte por cheque. Tú sabes que aquí no pagamos overtime, demostrando la conciencia de su delito y robo salarial. Como mesera, sufrí de acoso sexual por parte de este propietario del restaurante y uno de los compañeros de cocina. En mi caso fue acosada por el dueño. A pesar de mis innumerables negativas, él seguía acosándome hasta que después de 5 meses tomé la decisión de renunciar.
They were aware that they were, as a waitress, we were exposed from harassments, not only from the owners, but also from the customers and from my coworkers. In my case, a kitchen worker also harassed me, and I was also harassed by the owner. They took advantage of the fact that we needed this job. The owner, Manny Bautista, told me that this week we'll pay you in cash because we can't pay you by check. And you know that here we don't pay overtime, demonstrating his awareness of the crime and wage theft. Despite my countless refusals, they always found a way to harass me. Whether I was in the bathroom or I was working in a bar, they forcibly tried to kiss me. They tried to kiss me and they tried to touch me. I said, please don't do it. I was always ashamed of what people would say and afraid that someone would find out. I became tired of it, and I decided after 5 years to resign.
El día que renuncié le dije que no iba a seguir aguantando acoso por parte de él. Ganaba un sueldo que estaba por debajo del mínimo. Tenía que aguantar acoso sexual, laboral, que nos robaran el salario, horas extras, y ni siquiera ganaba el salario mínimo. Creo que es hora de que los restaurantes sean más responsables con sus trabajadores y es hora de que ganemos un salario justo, ya que las propinas es un extra que ganamos por nuestro buen servicio y así tener unas mejores condiciones laborales.
The day I resigned, I told them I don't want to work here again. And not only do we earn a salary that's below the minimum wage, we also have to endure sexual harassment, workplace harassment, and having our salary stolen and given no overtime. We don't even earn the minimum wage. I think it's time for restaurants to be more responsible with their workers, and it's time to earn the minimum, since our tips are something that we earn for good service, and we improve, and then it can improve working conditions. Thank you.
I do have a question. So you're the second worker that we've heard from the same restaurant who reported sexual harassment and non-payment of overtime. Has there been a case brought against that employer?
Yes, we're working, our One Fair Wage team and our legal team are working with them.
So complaints have been filed?
They have, yeah. But we're gonna need more help. Está preguntando si hay alguna acción que han tomado contra algún restaurante Los Remolinos, o sea, que es la segunda persona que habla de este restaurante.
Debido a que varias personas sufrimos de acoso sexual, de robo salarial, acudimos a la organización One Fair Wage porque no sabíamos que teníamos derechos. Acudimos al restaurante hicimos como un acuerdo mutuo para que nos pagaran lo que nos debían. Al principio estuvieron de acuerdo, pero lo que hicieron fue alargar el tiempo de espera hasta que hace una semana cerraron el restaurante y dijeron que ya no nos iban a responder por nada.
We seek support from the organization One Fair Wage. We tried legally to work and negotiate with them. Unfortunately, they took their time and didn't answer. And 1 week ago, they closed the restaurant and shut down.
Well, I'm sure, well, go ahead.
Bueno, ellos ya se declararon en quiebra una vez antes con el nombre de otro restaurante. Ahorita, después de que cerraron este restaurante, van a abrir otro restaurante en Port Chester. Ellos lo han hecho varias veces, que se declaran en quiebra para no cumplirle a sus empleados.
So this is not the first time they've done this. This restaurant, these owners have declared bankruptcy before, and they shut down the restaurant. And I heard now that they're in the plans of opening a new restaurant in Port Chester.
Before I call on you, I do think that, obviously this is something that I think the Labor Committee would like to know about. So if you could talk to us about the claims that have been, the complaints that have been filed, and clearly I'm sure DOL is aware of the case, but it's unfortunately one of the worst business practices. And like we know, there are plenty of really good employers, but obviously, this is one of the kinds of employers that we need to be aware of and make sure that they're not allowed to continue that practice and that they pay back what they owe you.
El comité de labor quiere saber más acerca de esto y van a investigar más. Si ellos quieren definitivamente saber que sus saldos se han pagado.
Thank you. And let me.
If you want, Tamara, who's the organizer that's been working closely with them, can give a brief of the case.
I think we should do that offline, but yes, absolutely. Representative Hughes.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. I know you said you worked 5 years or before you quit. I just am curious, and I know some of my legislative colleagues are going to ask, how prevalent is this? Maybe you know in Norwalk, in the area, and they're also going to ask them, why don't you just leave and get another job? So, you know, I just want to ask while you're here, you know, I think that we are accused of not standing up for victim rights, but part of the reason is because it's so normalized, this kind of behavior and this kind of exploitation in certain sectors, as the chairwoman said, not in all. But I want to know what your experience of how prevalent that kind of behavior is from.
Quería saber si usted sabe si este tipo de acciones son prevalentes en en otros restaurantes, porque muchas personas pueden decir, puede conseguir otro trabajo, busque otro lugar, pero después de 5 años usted todavía se quedó en ese trabajo, si sabe si esto es normal o pasa en otros restaurantes.
No, yo solo duré 5 meses. 5 meses. Antes de eso, otro restaurante con otro nombre en el mismo lugar de Remolinos. Lo que hicieron fue declararse en quiebra, despedir todo el personal, abrir un nuevo restaurante y al principio nos pagaban lo básico pues porque trabajamos las horas, pero cuando ya el restaurante se empezó a mover más fue que empezaron a robarnos las horas extras.
Well, she knows for a fact that this happens in other restaurants. Before this restaurant, there was another restaurant that had a different name where the same thing was also happening. So it definitely happens in many restaurants, and they not only harass, but they also did the same wage theft.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your courage.
Darling.
Lucia está online.
Lucia online?
Yes,
No.
So it'll be Lucia.
All right, up next, we have Lucia Nunez.
Yeah. Is Lucia Núñez del Prado. Is one last name.
You can continue.
Something is wrong with my camera. I can't start my video. Sorry.
You could try again, but if you can't, it's okay.
Okay. Okay, my name is Lucia. I am a student in University of New Haven. I am resident in New Haven, Connecticut. I work in the service area 1 year and a half. I work like a mesera for $15 and more tips. That's a real salary. And I am very good with that. With my coworkers, we have good relation, and with my boss too. That's a good area for work. Sometimes I'm very stressful, but that's very normal because I work in a diner, and that's very stressful area, but that's very good with my coworkers and my boss. My boss are very flexible with my schedule because I study and she helped me to balance that. And that is how I work in Olympia Diner. I hope more people have this experience and have a good salary in the Connecticut and United States. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and have a great afternoon. Next person we have up to speak is Ernesto Zamora.
Venga, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ernesto Zamora Hernández. soy de la ciudad de Guatemala y vivo pues aquí en New Haven, Connecticut. Mi testimonio es pues, tengo 2 hijos y mi testimonio pues es al favor de la iniciativa BS 22, ya que soy víctima pues de un salario, un salario pues no mínimo pues. Sabemos de que trabajé 12 años en el restaurante Cuban y en esos 12 años pues yo me pagaban lo más cuando comencé a trabajar $300 a la semana. Entonces, y trabajaba 12 horas diarias. Allí pues no conocía yo pues el overtime. Allí pues el salario pues, allí había pues, nos maltrataban a uno como trabajador. Y trabajé 12 años con ellos y me robaban pues en la semana, o sea, en la semana me robaban, o sea, en el día me estaban robando, me estaban pagando nomás $6.94 por hora. Entonces, no es justo pues lo que estaban haciendo conmigo. Me estaban respaldando mi trabajo. Ujú.
Hi, my name is Ernesto Zamora. I live in the city of New Haven, Connecticut. I have 2 children, and today I'm here to testify in favor of SB 221. I am a victim of not only subminimum wage, but I feel like my boss at times has treated me like a slave. For 12 years, I worked at the Cuman Indian restaurant in Hamden, Connecticut. At first, they paid me less than $300 a week, and then I earned $400 a week. And in the last few weeks, in the last few months, they raised it to $500 a week. But I worked 6 days a week, and I worked 12 or more hours a day, which is equivalent to $6.94 an hour. If I also don't receive any overtime pay, and I know that in the kitchen within the state of Connecticut, the minimum wage should be paid. So for 12 years, I'm finding out that I have been fooled.
Okay. Sí, me están pagando $300 la semana. Me comenzaron a pagar, después me siguieron pagando, me dieron 4, ya de último me dieron 500 la semana. Y fui esclavo en esos 12 años. Entonces, me daban pues, me daban me daban los $500 porque el patrón decía que me estaba pagando una casa. Y la casa, pues, sinceramente, vivíamos 5 que trabajamos en la cocina, libre los Malboys.
The worst thing is that my boss told me that he paid me the $500 a week because he was providing housing. I lived in an apartment with 5 other men who worked in the kitchen from Nepal.
Y la casa donde vivíamos, pues, no era adaptada para vivir una gente. Allí era una casa, pues, para que vivieran animales. Una casa, pues, a donde vivíamos, los colchones tirados en el piso. Allí dormíamos y a veces habían casitas de cortina donde los dividían. A donde yo vivía, me habían dado un cuartito chiquito como de 1 metro casi cuadrado que solo yo cabía. Entonces, no habían alarmas. Allí no había los baños, pues, no estaban todos sucios, pues, la verdad no. Y había muchos ratones, muchas cucarachas. La verdad es que es una casa pues que no se puede vivir. Y allí nos tenía el patrón. Por eso me estaba pagando $500 la semana ya de último.
So the home that the employer was giving me was not really a home. It was a room with very little electricity. We had mattresses thrown on the floor. They separated spaces with curtains. There were broken windows, no smoke detectors. Bathrooms were in poor conditions. We constantly had mice and cockroaches, and they made us sleep in a 6 square foot space with, when it was in the winter, it was extremely cold. And in the summer, it was very hot. Okay. No, okay. Okay.
Gracias por escucharme. Necesitamos un salario justo para todos los trabajadores humildes. Gracias.
So today, I want to, today I want to thank you for listening to me. I realize now that my salary and working conditions weren't so fair. That is why I'm asking you to please help us improve our salaries and help protect humble people like myself. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Representative Acker.
Good to see you there, Mr. Chair. Yes, quick question. Can you give, what were your duties at the restaurant? What was his duties?
¿Qué es lo que usted hacía en el restaurante? ¿Cuál era su trabajo en el restaurante?
Preparador.
She was a food preparer.
Okay, so you were supposed to be paid right along the way with minimum wage right along,
Tenía que recibir un saldo mínimo desde el comienzo.
or more.
O más. Yeah.
Yeah, you were by law supposed to already be paid. Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for being here.
Gracias por su testimonio y gracias por estar.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sure.
Thank you. Gracias. Next up, we have Darlene Diaz.
Darlene, yes. Darlene, ¿lo hacen en inglés?
Yes.
Okay. Good point. Okay. So Darlene's gonna try her testimony in English.
No, I do. I'm fluent in English. Yeah, I feel a little bit nervous. Good afternoon. Thank you for this hearing. My name is Darlene Diaz. I'm a resident of the city of Norwalk, Connecticut. I have lived in Norwalk for 4 years. And today I'm a mother of a newborn who was with me, the baby. Yes. And I'm here to give my testimony in favor of the it's SB 221, and I want my story to be heard. I was one of the many young people who are exploited in the service industry, and in the minimum of $8.25 per hour with tips share. Even with those in the kitchen, we were strictly forbidden to take tips, even if the client gave it to us in our hands. I was hired as a cashier, but I ended up doing as a waitress, serving foods, cleaning, and doing and drinks. I was doing drinks. They were forcing me to have They were forcing me to have two jobs for more than working for more than 16 hours a day, even so I couldn't have afford the cost of living. Sorry, it's just the nerve.
Great.
I had 2 jobs at that time, working more than 16 hours a day, and I couldn't afford the living. It was because I was getting the minimum. Now that I have my baby, I had to leave my job, and I'm getting the support of my mother. She's the one that is helping me now, because I couldn't never save enough money to support myself and support my baby alone, working those 2 jobs. Today, I'm here to be the voice of the young people who cannot be here because their bosses do not want their voices to be heard. Now, I know many workers who would like to be heard. That's why my voice is also from my coworkers. Example, my coworker and best friend who has been in the industry since she was 16, and she has received sexual harassment, unjustified termination, salary theft, and exploitation. She has been a very strong person, a single mother who's despite everything has never give up, and she has ever worked hard to be able to support her baby. recently she finally got her residency and now she was able to get out of the nightmare that is the service industry. And finally, after 6 years, getting the sub minimum of $7.25, she's getting a fair salary and giving her son the life that he deserves. Daily, the coworkers in the service restaurant suffer from harassment, salary theft, and labor exploitation, and cannot leave the industry because they're at the head of their home. And that's the truth. Also, I want to point two things before closing. I keep hearing here in this hearing that the employers are saying how this bill is gonna affect them, but they're not thinking about how the sub minimum wage, it's affecting the employees. We can't live getting $280 a week. We can't. I was in that position and I couldn't afford my living. I couldn't even feed my baby. It's just 3 months. And another point that I wanted to also say is I didn't know that if you wasn't making enough with tips that were supposed to pay you, I didn't know about that. So they were stealing my money and I let them do that. So there's many people like me that they don't know their rights. And this is gonna keep happening if this bill is not passed. So please, I ask you to please hear our voices, my voice, and not just me, but for future generations too. This is gonna change the life of a lot of people. Just not mine, not my mother, not my family, and it's just not friends, but a lot of people, thousands of people in the country, in the state. So we need this bill. We need it. Cost of living is high. We all know that. And
Ms. Diaz, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
all right, thank you. Just to finish, I just want to say that we are tired and we demand one fair wage, and not only for this generation, but also for the future generations. That's why we hope that you can eliminate the minimum salary from the history of Connecticut. While other sectors ask to raise their salary, we're only asking for earn the state minimum. We're not asking to gain more money. We just want to get what we deserve, like the other workers. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Any questions for me?
Are there any questions?
I'll be happy.
Representative Acker.
Thank you. You did fantastic. I even get nervous when I have to go back up there at times, when I go on that side of and have to testify in front of a committee. Question, by law, there are supposed to be labor poster boards in every business. Do you know if there's any, do you know if you've recognized and have seen literally a labor posting board that's supposed to be kept up by a business every year? As I'm a business owner, I get notification, I have to buy new labor boards. And if it's not in just one language, it should be in, do you know if there's any with the labor boards in these businesses, the business that you were at?
Thank you for the question, and no, none of them. Even if you go to a regular restaurant, not as a worker, but as a customer, you're not gonna see a post there.
Yeah, so we have to, the one things that, what we do, and some people say, we put books, we put words in books. That's what we do. We create law. We're not the enforcers. We have commissioners and departments that do that. Sometimes they have to be notified of those, like if you're in it. So sometimes, as you mentioned, people not knowing seem to be taking advantage. And that's what we need to do a better. And I think like your organization is doing that also. And so I appreciate, the work that getting that word out there, but we got to find a way to, better inform or better, govern and have better employers in this case. So I thank you for your testimony and your new little one.
Thank you, thank you. Also, I wanted to say that tips it's a generation from the customer. It's not an obligation. So not all customer tips us. It's true. That's the truth. We're not getting enough money, and not all customer tips. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Up next, we have Herman Hernandez.
No.
Okay.
Herman,
It's okay.
Mary Laura? No.
Mari Laura. Okay. We have folks on the, okay, Tanisha Signor.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. My name's Tanisha Signor. I'm the Policy Director for She Leads Justice, formerly known as QUELF. I'm testifying in support of SB 221. She Leads Justice is a statewide nonprofit that uses a justice and equity lens to advocate for under-resourced and marginalized women and girls in Connecticut. As part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, we support SB 221, an act concerning gratuities as part of the minimum fair wage. That is, we support ending the sub-minimum wage for tip workers and requiring employers in Connecticut to pay tip workers the standard $15 minimum wage with tips on top. There are around 70,000 tipped workers in Connecticut whose lives would be positively impacted by this policy. Women account for 70% of this number, and people of color account for 36%. She Leads Justice supports this policy because it will continue to work towards closing the ever-widening gender and racial wage gaps that workers in our state are faced with. I'm not going to read any of the other numbers that I have. They're in my written testimony. I'm going to testify on a personal note. I was raised in a family of restaurant workers, and I have worked in the service industry for over 17 years. I started my first job in the service industry when I was 16, as soon as I could, and I paid my way through my undergraduate career in the service industry and my graduate career. Most recently, I was able to work for a small restaurant, family-owned business in Connecticut, which already pays their staff minimum wage with tips on top. And I can tell you from direct experience that this policy would make a difference in workers' everyday lives. The argument that this policy would hurt workers or affect their tips negatively is not based in fact. We know this because we have the data, and it's in my testimony with references if you need it. As Connecticut moves forward into the future, it is essential that policymakers are making and passing policies which help Connecticut residents who are in the most need. Tip workers deserve to be paid a minimum wage with tips on top. They don't only deserve it, they need it. Patrons in Connecticut crave the ability to experience the diverse cuisines offered in our restaurants, to learn about other cultures, to go out to eat with loved ones, and to experience good service. If we do not make serious moves to ensure that well-being and safety of our state service workers, the consequences will impact everyone in the state. Restaurants cannot function without service workers, and it is time we showed them that we hold the work they do in high esteem. Service workers deserve a wage which puts them on a more even playing field in the state, and in a state with one of the highest rates of income inequality in the entire country. She Leads Justice supports the bill and asks that the committee pass it during the 2024 session.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you again. Good afternoon. Our next person is Terry Gerstein.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm testifying about House Bill 5269. I'm providing this expert testimony in my personal capacity. I direct the NYU Wagner Labor Initiative. Previously, I directed a project at a center at Harvard Law School. And before that, I enforced labor laws for 17 years in New York State, including as labor bureau chief in the Attorney General's office. And when I was in the Attorney General's office, that's when I learned about non-competes. We had several cases involving non-competes. And other AG's offices brought cases as well, involving really ordinary workers who are living paycheck to paycheck. We had cases involving Jimmy John sandwich makers, involving fledgling journalists. There were other AG's offices that had cases involving check cashing agencies, baristas, and healthcare workers. Non-competes are really harmful to workers. They lock people into jobs, they reduce their wages, they reduce job mobility. They prevent people from being able to get a job with better pay or better conditions or better work-life balance. They also sometimes keep people in jobs where their rights are actually being violated. And in rare cases, very rare cases, are they ever negotiated, typically with very high wage workers. Numerous studies have shown that non-competes suppress wages and reduce job mobility. And also in the past few years, since the legislature in Connecticut started looking at this issue, there's been a lot more research about the impact of non-competes on economic dynamism, on new firm creation, and entrepreneurialism. And I'll share a couple of examples of that. One is that there was a study that found that non-competes significantly reduce the rate of patenting. So the more non-competes are allowed, there are fewer patents. There was also an interesting study of Washington State to find out how much employers valued non-competes. And that study looked to see there was a salary threshold of $100,000 below which non-competes were disallowed. The study looked to see if employers paid a little bit extra to get their workers above the threshold in order to be able to use a non-compete, and found that overwhelmingly they did not. So altogether, I would say this is, a very good bill. One note that I would make, there's actually two notes I would make. One is that in light of the research, I think a higher salary threshold is appropriate. Washington, D.C. has $150,000. Washington State has $120,000. Given the impact on new firm formation and dynamism, it's really valuable to let even higher income workers who still live paycheck to paycheck have this protection. And then a final critical point is that under this bill, employers still can use non-competes for workers who are above the salary threshold. It just has to protect a legitimate business interest. And there are some sensible guardrails like advance notice of a non-compete or not being able to use any other less restrictive means. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee or comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We saw this bill come up last year, something very similar to this, and I asked somebody else earlier today. I want to see if you have any knowledge on this. Are you seeing complaints or concerns from employees in any particular vocations, any particular categories through you, Mr. Chair?
That's a really interesting question. I mean, I have seen and heard of non-competes in a range of different industries, and I wouldn't say that I have, from studying it and when I was enforcing the laws in New York, I wouldn't say that there was sort of a cluster in any particular industry, which is, I think, part of the reason that you haven't seen as much, in terms of worker organizing, there's not whole industries of workers that they strongly impact. But there have been plenty of cases involving very low wage workers like janitors, and lots of cases involving, as I said, people who are still living paycheck to paycheck, and are, by no means the kind of people who can afford to not have a job for a year. You put people in a situation where they have to either leave their job, leave their field, or move.
Thank you. And you said that you had practiced law in New York. Is that current or previously through you, Mr. Chair?
I haven't practiced for several years. I left the New York AG's office at the beginning of 2017, but before that, I practiced law in New York State for almost 17 years.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any input or comment? I mean, the New York legislature put forth a proposal last year. It was passed and the governor recently vetoed it. Do you have any insight as to how that bill differed from the one that we're considering here through you, Mr. Chair?
The bill that was passed by the Connecticut legislature was essentially a complete ban on non-competes. It would have prohibited non-competes throughout the state, except I think there may have been an exception for example, the sale of a business. And so my understanding, based on what was covered in the media, was that there was openness and negotiations to threshold, to a salary threshold approach with a salary threshold. I think I remember seeing the governor had mentioned something in the 200,000 or 250 range. But in the end, the legislative session ran out before there was time for all the parties to negotiate a resolution. I believe it's being revisited this year, though.
Just for point of clarification, I think I heard you say Connecticut, but you're talking about New York.
Oh, I'm talking about New York. I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm talking about New York.
Very much.
Thank you, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Did you submit written testimony about the recommended wage thresholds that you're talking about?
I did submit written testimony, and it included a recommendation of a higher wage threshold. Washington State, as I said, it's around $120,000. And I don't think my written testimony mentioned Washington, D.C., but the threshold there is 150.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, one of the things that I know that came up last year when we submitted a similar bill was carve outs for like the home care industry, because they don't want they don't want to train their employees and get attached to a client and then have that client just hire them directly after the employer has invested time and training into it. And I believe our bill has a carve out for that, or is it simply because of the threshold wage? I'm not sure, but I know there are certain industries, to my colleagues' points, that are concerned about, if we ban non-competes, that certain industries would be harmed because they their employees would simply poach their clients. Can you speak to that?
Well, I mean, one thing I would say is as a general matter, employers can always compete for workers by paying better wages and giving good working conditions. Non-competes are inherently, as you can tell by the name, they're inherently anti-competitive. In terms of those kinds of businesses, there's also I would also note there's a third party involved, which is the patient. And what happens in many cases is that non-competes might prevent someone, I mean, in the healthcare industry in particular, non-competes might prevent a patient from being able to continue to have the caregiver of their choice. So I think, yes, these companies that operate this way, this is part of their business, but at the same time, they're also making money when people are being placed and working with patients. It's not a complete loss. There is the profit margin that they're making in the meantime. And so to bind people to non-competes, the question really becomes who's better able to sort of bear the risk of a worker having absolutely no ability to change jobs for 2 years or have to move or change industries versus an employer being able to adjust their payment structure or pay workers better or give workers other kinds of benefits or flexibility they might want in order to retain them.
Thank you. I think our proposal, I believe, and I'm going to have to check with my policy guy, in terms of we're trying to create a fair landscape so that at least there's a time limit that the patient, if you will, can't just directly hire the trained worker that the employer has brought in. I think that was a big concern, and we can understand that, and sort of jumping the line there. And I think that can be addressed with some restrictions and still keep this from being something that really bans that really holds low wage workers back from moving up in their field. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Terry.
Thank you.
Up next, our final speaker, Diana Ramirez. I don't see Diana. Okay, and with that, we will conclude our public hearing for the Labor Committee. Our next meeting will be held Tuesday, March 5th at 10 a.m. in room 2B or Zoom. Have a good night, an afternoon rather, everyone.